The deep hush of the pre-dawn hours held the ancient land in its tranquil embrace. A profound stillness settled over the sleeping villages and scattered homesteads, broken only by the gentle sigh of the night wind rustling through olive groves, or the distant soft hoot of an owl concluding its nocturnal vigil. Within the simple dwellings, constructed of sun-baked mud brick and timber, families lay wrapped in slumber, their breathing a quiet rhythm against the cool darkness that slowly began to yield to the approaching morning. This was a time of deep rest, a necessary pause before the world stirred once more into its daily dance. The first, most subtle hint of the day's awakening was not a light, but a softening of the darkness itself. The velvet black of the night sky, studded with countless brilliant stars that seemed to hang so close one could almost touch them, began to thin. The edges of the horizon, previously indistinguishable, slowly blurred into a lighter shade of grey. It was a change felt more than seen, a shift in the very atmosphere, a silent promise whispered on the cool air. The air itself carried the scent of dew-kissed earth, of sleeping plants, and the faint, lingering fragrance of wood smoke from yesterday's fires. Then, ever so gradually, the first faint blush of colour appeared. A whisper of rose, a stroke of soft violet, painted itself along the eastern rim of the world, a delicate masterpiece unfolding with infinite patience. The stars, which moments ago had dominated the heavens, now began to recede, their brilliant points fading into the growing luminosity. The moon, if it still graced the sky, softened its silvery glow, becoming a pale ethereal presence. This was the liminal space, the sacred threshold between night and day, a time when the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the sun's grand entrance. As the light strengthened, the first sounds of awakening began to ripple through the quiet. A lone bird, perhaps a lark, would offer a tentative trill. Then another would join, and soon a chorus of chirps and twitters would swell, greeting the nascent day with exuberant song. From the nearby pens, a goat might bleat softly, or a donkey let out a low, rumbling bray. These were the gentle stirrings of life, the natural world responding to the sun's silent command, a symphony of awakening that was as old as time itself, and deeply comforting in its predictability. Within the homes, the human spirit too began its slow ascent from the depths of sleep. A child might stir, murmuring softly in their dreams, or a parent might shift, sensing the subtle change in the light that filtered through the doorway or the small, high window. There was no harsh alarm, no sudden jolt, but a gradual, natural awakening, attuned to the rhythms of the earth and the sky. The body, rested and replenished, slowly stretched, shaking off the last vestiges of slumber, preparing to embrace the new day with renewed strength. With the first conscious thought, almost instinctively, the mind would turn towards the Creator before the tasks of the day could clamor for attention, before the hunger for food or the demands of the household could assert themselves. There was a quiet moment, a profound understanding of God's enduring presence. This was not a forced ritual, but a natural outflowing of a life deeply intertwined with faith, a recognition that each breath, each new dawn, was a gift from the Almighty. The very act of waking was an act of grace. As the light grew stronger, painting the interior of the dwelling in soft, warm hues, the head of the household, or perhaps the mother, would gently rise. There was a quiet dignity in their movements, a reverence even in these simple first actions of the day. They would make their way to a small basin of water, often kept just inside the entrance, and perform a ritual washing of the hands. This was more than mere hygiene. It was an act of purification, a symbolic cleansing to prepare oneself for communion with the divine, washing away the remnants of sleep and readying the spirit for prayer. Standing, often facing towards the east, towards the rising sun, which was a potent symbol of God's light and renewal, they would begin their morning prayers. These were not always elaborate, pre-written texts, but often heartfelt expressions of gratitude, praise, and petition. The words might be spoken aloud in a soft murmur, or whispered silently within the heart, a personal conversation with the Most High. They might recall the miracles of the previous day, give thanks for safety through the night, and seek guidance and blessing for the day unfolding before them. The morning prayer was a cornerstone of daily life, an anchor point that steadied the soul before the inevitable demands and uncertainties of the day. It was a time to remember the covenant, to reaffirm one's relationship with God, and to consciously place the entirety of the day into His hands. The feeling was one of profound peace, a deep sense of connection to something far greater than oneself, a grounding presence that infused every subsequent action with purpose and meaning. It was a moment of utter surrender and absolute trust. After the initial prayers, a sense of quiet purpose began to fill the dwelling. The children, now fully awake, would stir and rise, their sleepy murmurs giving way to soft chatter. The air, still cool from the night, would gradually warm as the sun climbed higher, its golden rays streaming through the doorway. The simple mats or animal skins that served as bedding would be rolled up and put away, transforming the sleeping space back into the living area, ready for the day's activities. One of the first practical tasks was often to rekindle the hearth fire. If embers from the previous night had been carefully preserved beneath a layer of ash, a simple fanning or the addition of fresh kindling would bring the flames back to life. If not, flint and steel would be used, a small spark carefully nurtured into a flickering flame, bringing warmth and a comforting glow to the dwelling. The smell of wood smoke, earthy and familiar, would begin to permeate the air, a scent that spoke of home, sustenance, and community. With the fire burning steadily, the morning meal would be prepared. This was typically a simple affair, reflecting the agricultural bounty and the practicalities of daily life. Flatbread, often baked fresh the day before, but stored, would be brought out. Alongside it, there might be a bowl of olives, cured and glistening, or a handful of dried figs or dates, sweet and nourishing. Sometimes a lump of soft cheese, made from goat or sheep's milk, would accompany the bread, providing essential protein and flavor. The family would gather around the low table or on mats on the floor, sharing this modest meal in a spirit of thankfulness. Eating together was more than just sustenance. It was an act of communion, a reinforcement of familial bonds. Before partaking, a blessing would be offered, acknowledging God as the provider of all good things, a continuation of the morning's devotion. The breaking of bread, a sacred act in itself, symbolized the sustenance of life, both physical and spiritual. While some ate, others might attend to fetching water. In many communities, the nearest well or spring was the central gathering point, a place where news was exchanged and friendships nurtured. A child or a young woman might take the earthenware jars, their rhythmic steps carrying them along the dusty paths, the cool morning air still gentle on their faces. The journey to the well was often a tranquil one, a time for quiet reflection before the full bustle of the day began. The rhythmic splash of water filling the jars, a soothing sound. As the sun continued its ascent, casting longer, sharper shadows, the preparations for the day's work would commence. The men would ready their tools, a hoe for the fields, a chisel for the workshop, a shepherd's staff for the flock. They would discuss the day's tasks, perhaps consulting on the weather or planning their journey to the market. The women would begin their own array of household chores, grinding grain, spinning wool, mending garments, or preparing for the next meal. Each task, no matter how mundane, was undertaken with diligence and a quiet sense of purpose, often accompanied by soft humming or the murmur of conversation. The children, too, would have their roles. Younger ones might help with small chores, while older children would accompany their parents to the fields or assist in the workshop, learning the skills that would define their adult lives. There was a natural flow to these activities, an unhurried yet purposeful rhythm that characterized daily life. Every member of the family contributed to the household's well-being, fostering a sense of interdependence and shared responsibility, all unfolding under the watchful eye of the rising sun. The morning, once a time of quiet darkness, was now vibrant with the gentle hum of life. The dwelling, which had been a haven of sleep, transformed into a hub of activity. Yet, even amidst the preparations and the burgeoning tasks, the underlying current of faith remained. The morning prayers had set a tone, an intention that carried through the hours. The day had begun not with the rush, but with reverence, acknowledging the Creator in every awakening breath, every shared meal, and every purposeful step. It was a rhythm of life deeply rooted in the land, in the family, and most profoundly, in the unwavering presence of the divine. The rhythm of life in biblical times was deeply interwoven with the rhythm of the land itself. It was a dance between humanity and nature, a continuous ebb and flow dictated by the turning seasons, the gentle touch of rain, and the warming embrace of the sun. There was no true separation between daily existence and the natural world. Indeed, the land was not merely a backdrop for life, but a living, breathing entity that shaped every breath, every meal, every moment of work and rest. For the people of ancient Israel, the earth was both provider and teacher. They learned to read its subtle signs, to anticipate its needs, and to respond with diligence and patience. The changing hues of the sky at dawn and dusk, the whispers of the wind through the olive trees, the patterns of migration for birds, all held meaning, guiding their decisions regarding planting, harvesting, and moving their flocks. This profound connection fostered a deep sense of humility and dependence, reminding them constantly of their place within a larger, divine order. Their understanding of time was not measured by clocks, but by the cycles of growth, the rising and setting of the sun, and the phases of the moon. The cornerstone of this connection was the practice of farming, a labor that began with the first softening rains of autumn. After the long, parched summer, the anticipation of these life-giving showers was palpable. When they finally arrived, soaking into the hardened earth, a new cycle of hope began. The fields, once barren and cracked, would slowly transform, becoming receptive once more to the plough. Ploughing was a slow, deliberate task, often performed with simple wooden ploughs pulled by sturdy oxen. The farmer would walk behind, guiding the implement as it turned the soil, preparing the ground for the precious seeds. It was a strenuous effort, demanding strength and endurance, but it was also a meditative process. With each furrow turned, the rich, damp earth would release its ancient scent, a smell of promise and renewal that filled the air. This was often a communal effort, with families and neighbors working together, sharing their animals and their labor, forging bonds of shared purpose under the wide, open sky. Once the soil was prepared, the delicate work of sowing would begin. The sower would walk across the tilled fields, their hand moving in a rhythmic sweep, scattering seeds of wheat and barley, lentils and flax. Each tiny seed held the potential for life, a silent prayer for sustenance and blessing. It was a vulnerable time as the seeds lay exposed to hungry birds, to the whims of the wind, and to the possibility of insufficient rain. The act of sowing required not just effort, but profound trust. Trust in the land, and ultimately, trust in the divine providence that would bring forth the harvest. After the seeds were sown, a period of patient waiting began. The farmer's work was far from over. It simply shifted in nature. The young plants would need tending. careful weeding to ensure they were not choked by competitors, and protection from various pests that sought to devour the tender shoots. In some areas, where water was scarce, intricate systems of irrigation, drawing from wells or cisterns, would be maintained to nourish the burgeoning crops. Days would blend into weeks, and weeks into months, as the sun warmed the earth, and the gentle breezes rustled through the growing stalks, slowly coaxing them towards maturity. Then, as spring deepened into summer, the fields would transform into a sea of gold. This was the time of harvest, a period of intense labor, yet also one of profound joy and communal celebration. Families would gather in the fields, often working from dawn until dusk under the hot sun. With curved sickles, they would meticulously cut the stalks of grain, binding them into sheaves. Children, too young to wield a sickle, would follow behind, gleaning the fallen ears, ensuring that no precious kernel was wasted, a practice rooted in both necessity and compassion. The harvested sheaves were then transported to the threshing floor, a flat, open area, often on a hilltop where the wind could assist. Here, the process of separating the grain from the straw would begin. Oxen would tread upon the sheaves, or a threshing sledge studded with flint or iron would be dragged over them, breaking open the husks. The air would fill with the golden dust of the harvest, and the rhythmic sound of the animals or the sledge would echo across the landscape. Following threshing, the vital step of winnowing occurred. The threshed grain and chaff would be tossed into the air with the winnowing fork, allowing the wind to carry away the lighter chaff, while the heavier, precious kernels of grain fell back to the floor. It was a beautiful, almost ethereal process, a dance between human effort and the elements, culminating in piles of clean, life-sustaining grain. This grain would then be carefully stored in granaries, pits, or large jars, providing the family with food for the coming year, a tangible symbol of God's provision and their own hard work. Beyond the staple grains, the land also yielded other crucial crops, most notably olives and grapes. Olive groves, with their ancient, gnarled trees, were a testament to generations of cultivation. The harvest of olives typically occurred in late autumn or winter, a different rhythm from the summer grain harvest. Once gathered, the olives would be pressed to extract their rich, golden oil, a substance essential for cooking, for lighting lamps, for medicinal purposes, and for anointing. The slow, heavy turning of the olive press was a familiar sound, a sign of preparation for the colder months. Vineyards, often terraced into hillsides to maximize sun exposure, required meticulous care throughout the year. Pruning the vines in winter, training them in spring, and patiently waiting through the heat of summer for the grapes to ripen, all were part of the vineyard keeper's art. The grape harvest in late summer was another time of fervent activity and communal joy. Grapes would be gathered and brought to the winepress, where they would be trodden by foot, a lively and celebratory process that transformed the fruit into the juice that would ferment into the wine. Alongside farming, herding was another fundamental aspect of life, especially for those in more arid or mountainous regions. Sheep and goats were invaluable, providing not only milk and meat, but also wool for clothing and hides for various uses. The shepherd was a central figure, a watchful guardian, whose life was utterly intertwined with the well-being of their flock. Their days were spent leading the animals to fresh pastures and sources of water, often traversing vast distance across rugged terrain. The shepherd's routine was one of quiet vigilance. Rising before dawn, they would guide their flock out of the safety of the sheepfold, scanning the horizon for the best grazing spots. Through the heat of the day, they would seek out shade for the animals, ensuring they remained hydrated. As evening approached, the shepherd would carefully gather the flock, counting each one as they entered the fold, ever watchful for any strays or dangers. The sounds of bells around the necks of the lead animals and the gentle bleating of the flock were constant companions. Protecting the flock was a primary concern. Predators such as wolves and even lions were a constant threat, as were human bandits. The shepherd's staff and rod were not merely symbols of authority, but vital tools for guidance and defense, used to fend off dangers and to gently steer the sheep. The bond between a shepherd and their flock was profound, built on trust and mutual dependence. A powerful metaphor for spiritual leadership found throughout the scriptures. From the wool shorn in spring to the milk milked daily, to the occasional meat or hide, the flock sustained the shepherd's family in countless ways, a living testament to the bounty of the land. This profound connection to the land and its cycles extended to every aspect of daily labor. The rising sun was the universal alarm clock, signaling the start of the day's work, whether in the fields, with the flocks, or within the home. The setting sun brought with it the signal for rest, for gathering with family, and for quiet reflection. The moon, too, held significance, its phases guiding the timing of certain festivals and, for some, even influencing planting schedules. Rain, or the lack thereof, held immense power over their lives. A season of plentiful rain was a blessing, a promise of abundance. A drought, however, could spell disaster, leading to famine and hardship. This direct and often stark relationship with the elements instilled a deep sense of humility and a constant awareness of their dependence on forces beyond their control. Every drop of rain, every ray of sunshine was perceived as a direct gift, a manifestation of divine favor. Ultimately, these daily rhythms of labor were not merely about survival. They were deeply spiritual acts. Each furrow plowed, each seed sown, each animal tended was undertaken with an underlying current of faith. The people understood that while they labored diligently, the ultimate growth and provision came from a higher source. Prayers for rain, prayers for a bountiful harvest, and prayers of thanksgiving were woven into the very fabric of their days, making every moment of connection with the land a moment of connection with the divine. The cyclical nature of life, death, and renewal in the natural world served as a constant reminder of enduring hope and the faithfulness of God's promises. As the gentle light of dawn often painted the eastern sky, so too did the family form the very heart and soul of life in biblical times, a sacred circle where existence truly began and found its deepest meaning. It was within the walls of the home, however humble, that the rhythms of faith were first taught, first lived, and first felt, shaping individuals and communities with an enduring tenderness. The concept of family stretched far beyond the immediate parents and children, often encompassing grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins, sometimes even living within the same compound or in close proximity, a vibrant tapestry woven with threads of shared lineage and deep affection. This extended family unit, often referred to as the house of the father, was the primary social structure, a robust network of support and belonging. Each member understood their place and contribution, contributing to the harmony and well-being of the whole. This was not merely a matter of convenience or tradition. It was foundational to their identity and survival, providing a powerful sense of security in a world that could often be challenging. The home itself was more than just a shelter from the elements. It was a sanctuary, a place of refuge where the outside world's clamor could recede, allowing for quiet contemplation and the unfolding of daily life guided by faith. The importance of lineage was profoundly felt, a tangible connection to the past and a hopeful bridge to the future. Each child born was a blessing, a continuation of the family name, and a link in the unbroken chain of generations, stretching back to Abraham and beyond. Stories of ancestors, their trials and triumphs, were not just tales but living lessons, passed down through the generations around flickering lamps or under the vast starlit sky. This deep reverence for heritage fostered a sense of collective identity and purpose, reminding each individual that they were part of something much larger and more enduring than themselves, a continuous narrative of faith and belonging. At the helm of this cherished family unit stood the father, a figure of quiet strength and profound responsibility. His role was multifaceted, encompassing the practical duties of a provider and protector, ensuring that his household had food, shelter, and safety. Whether tilling the fields, tending to flocks, or engaging in a craft, his diligent labor was a direct expression of his love and commitment to his family. He was the sturdy trunk from which the branches of the family tree extended, anchoring them in the soil of their existence and shielding them from life's inevitable storms. Beyond his material contributions, the father served as the spiritual compass of the home, guiding his family in matters of faith and righteousness. It was often his voice that led the morning and evening prayers, his hands that broke the bread of the Sabbath meal, and his wisdom that interpreted the ancient scriptures. He bore the sacred responsibility of teaching his children the ways of the Lord, impressing upon their young hearts the commandments and the stories of their people. This spiritual mentorship was not just instruction, it was an immersive way of life, where faith was woven into the fabric of every day, a gentle reminder of God's constant presence. He was also the primary disciplinarian and instructor, guiding his children with a balance of firmness and tender affection. His discipline was not harsh or arbitrary, but rather a loving effort to steer them towards wisdom and understanding, to instill in them a deep respect for both divine and human law. Through his example, his sons would learn the skills of their trade and the virtues of integrity, while his daughters would observe the principles of a righteous life lived in harmony. The father's quiet authority, rooted in love and wisdom, created a stable and predictable environment where children could flourish, learning the boundaries and freedoms that shaped their world. Complementing the father's role, and indeed forming the very heart of the home, was the mother. She was the nurturer, the tireless manager of domestic affairs, whose gentle hands and watchful eyes kept the household running smoothly. Her days were filled with a myriad of tasks, from grinding grain for bread to drawing water from the well, from mending garments to tending to the small household garden. The aroma of her cooking often filled the air, a comforting scent that signaled warmth and sustenance, transforming simple ingredients into nourishing meals that brought the family together around the common table. The mother was also the primary educator of the youngest children, instilling in them the foundational values of their faith and culture. Before they could even speak in full sentences, she would teach them simple prayers, stories of God's goodness, and the importance of kindness and obedience. Her lap was often the first classroom, her soft voice the first teacher, guiding tiny hands in simple tasks and shaping young minds with gentle wisdom. This early formation, rooted in love and consistent care, laid the groundwork for their future spiritual and social development, creating a deep wellspring of faith within their tender hearts. Her spiritual influence, though often less public than the father's, was profound and pervasive, shaping the very atmosphere of the home. Through her quiet devotion, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering faith, she created a haven where God's presence was palpable. She embodied the virtues of patience, resilience, and unconditional love, qualities that permeated the domestic sphere and touched every member of the family. The mother's gentle strength was the quiet anchor that held the family steady, a constant source of comfort and spiritual sustenance that made the home a true dwelling place of peace. Children, in biblical times, were considered a profound blessing from God, a visible sign of divine favor and the joyful continuation of the family line. Their laughter and chatter filled the home with life, their innocent curiosity bringing a unique vibrancy to daily routines. From a very young age, they were integral members of the family unit, learning by observation and participation. Even toddlers would mimic the actions of their parents, absorbing the rhythms of work and worship, subtly preparing for their future roles within the household and the community. Respect for elders was a cornerstone of their upbringing, taught implicitly through example and explicitly through gentle instruction. Children learn to honor their parents, grandparents, and older relatives, understanding that wisdom came with age and that the experiences of their seniors held invaluable lessons. This reverence was not born of fear, but of a deep understanding of interdependence and the value of tradition. It fostered a harmonious environment where the young learned from the old, and the old found joy in the vitality of the young, weaving generations together in a seamless tapestry of life. Early education was largely practical and faith-based, tailored to their future responsibilities. Boys would often accompany their fathers to the fields or workshops, learning trades and responsibilities hands-on, absorbing the nuances of their craft and the ethics of honest labor. Girls would stay closer to their mothers, learning to spin wool, bake bread, care for younger siblings, and manage the intricate details of running a household. Amidst these practical lessons, there was always time for play, simple games with stones or sticks, and the shared delight of storytelling, allowing childhood to unfold with a natural grace and gentle wonder. The presence of elders, particularly grandparents, was a cherished aspect of the biblical household, adding layers of wisdom and warmth. They were the living repositories of family history, tribal lore, and the sacred stories of their people, often sharing these narratives around the evening fire, their voices soft with age and experience. Their very presence offered a comforting link to the past, grounding the younger generations in their heritage and providing a sense of continuity. Elders were deeply respected, and their counsel was often sought on matters both big and small, from resolving disputes to offering guidance on important decisions. Their years of experience and accumulated wisdom were seen as invaluable assets, contributing to the stability and sagacity of the family and community. They often played a gentle supervisory role, offering a comforting presence and an extra pair of hands to help with childcare or household tasks. Their quiet presence, enriching the daily life of the home with a serene and loving aura. These intergenerational connections were vital, fostering a deep sense of mutual support and shared identity. Grandparents often shared a unique bond with their grandchildren, offering a different kind of love and perspective than the parents. They nurtured the spiritual growth of the young ones, passing down traditions and blessings, ensuring that the flame of faith and family values continued to burn brightly. This reverence for elders was not just a social custom, it was a spiritual principle, acknowledging the beauty and importance of every stage of life within the sacred circle of the family. At the very core of these relationships were the gentle bonds of love and respect, forming the bedrock upon which the biblical family thrived. Love was expressed not only in tender words, but more often through tireless service, unwavering loyalty, and a deep commitment to the well-being of one another. Respect was shown through obedience, deference, and the honoring of each person's unique role and contribution to the family's harmony. This mutual regard created an atmosphere of trust and security, allowing each member to feel valued and cherished within the protective embrace of the household. Mutual support was an intrinsic part of daily life, a natural outflow of their interconnectedness. In times of plenty, resources were shared. In times of hardship, burdens were lightened through collective effort and unwavering empathy. Whether it was helping a neighbor with a harvest, caring for a sick relative, or offering comfort during a loss, the family and wider community stood together, a testament to their deep commitment to one another. This reliance on collective strength fostered a profound sense of belonging and resilience, knowing that no one faced life's challenges alone. Hospitality was not merely a social custom, but a deeply ingrained virtue, a sacred duty extended to both kin and stranger. The home was often open, a welcoming haven for travelers, guests, and those in need, reflecting a generous spirit and a recognition of the inherent dignity of every person. Sharing food, shelter, and companionship was a tangible expression of love and faith, embodying the biblical command to love one's neighbor. This open-heartedness enriched the lives of both the hosts and the guests, weaving new threads of connection into the community's vibrant tapestry. Ultimately, faith served as the unifying thread that wove together all aspects of family life, giving it purpose, meaning, and a profound sense of peace. Shared prayers, traditional feasts, and the constant reminder of God's presence in their daily routines created a spiritual rhythm that permeated every moment. The home became a microcosm of their covenant relationship with God, a place where divine principles were lived out in everyday interactions, fostering a quiet reverence and a deep trust in the Creator. It was within this gentle embrace of family that the daily rhythms of faith truly resonated, shaping lives with enduring love and unwavering devotion. As the first hints of dawn painted the eastern sky with soft hues of rose and gold, the ancient world began to stir not with haste, but with a gentle, deliberate awakening. With the light came the quiet hum of life resuming, and a fundamental thought would emerge in every heart: the provision of daily sustenance. For the people of biblical times, food was not merely fuel. It was a sacred gift, a tangible expression of God's enduring care, deeply interwoven with the very fabric of their existence and their faith. The hearth, though still cool from the night, held the promise of warmth and nourishment. For the women of the household, the preparation of meals was a central and constant rhythm, continuous act of love and devotion that began long before the sun climbed high. It was a cycle of diligence, foresight, and skill passed down through generations, ensuring the well-being of their families and the continuity of their traditions. One of the most foundational tasks, and often the first of the day, was the grinding of grain. In many homes, the low rhythmic rasp of the handmill or quern would become a familiar sound echoing through the early morning air. Two heavy stones, one stationary beneath, the other rotating above, would slowly transform hard kernels of wheat or barley into precious flour. This was a task demanding both strength and patience, often performed by women or servants, their movements steady and practiced. Hour after hour, handful after handful of grain would be poured into the central hole of the upper stone, emerging as a fine, pale dust from between the edges. The sound, a constant, soothing grind, spoke of tireless effort and the promise of the day's most vital food. The flour, once gathered, was the very essence of life, the staff of bread. It was handled with care, a testament to the hard labor of planting, harvesting, and threshing that preceded this final intimate stage. This flour would form the basis of nearly every meal, linking the daily efforts of humanity to the generous bounty of the earth and the blessings of the Creator. With the flour prepared, the next step was the creation of bread itself. Water, perhaps drawn from a nearby well or cistern, will be mixed with the precious flour in a large, kneading trough. A pinch of salt was added, and often a piece of leaven, a small portion of fermented dough saved from the previous day to make the new batch light and palatable. The kneading process was an act of profound connection, as hands worked the dough, pressing and folding, feeling its texture transform from a sticky mass into a smooth, elastic form. This repetitive, almost meditative motion infused the bread with effort and intention, preparing it for its final, miraculous change. It was a slow unfolding, a patient waiting for the dough to rise. Once kneaded, the dough was often left in a warm place to ferment and rise, a process that could take several hours, especially if leaven was used. This waiting period was an integral part of the daily rhythm, allowing time for other household chores while the dough slowly swelled, a silent testament to the hidden life within it. When ready, the dough would be shaped into flat, round loaves, often quite thin, suitable for quick baking. The methods of baking varied, reflecting the resources and communal spirit of different settlements. In some villages, a large communal oven, fired with wood or dried dung, would be the gathering point. The air around such an oven would be thick with the intoxicating aroma of baking bread, a scent that promised comfort and nourishment. Women would bring their prepared loaves, sharing the heat and the labor, and often conversation and companionship. The crackling of the fire, the hushed murmur of voices, and the rich smell created a powerful sensory experience. Alternatively, in more isolated homes, bread might be baked on hot stones placed directly in the embers of a fire, or on a clay griddle set over an open flame. Whichever method was used, the outcome was the same: a golden brown, warm, and comforting loaf, ready to be broken and shared. The act of breaking bread was deeply symbolic, signifying fellowship, hospitality, and the sharing of life itself. It was the most fundamental food present at almost every meal, a constant reminder of God's faithfulness in providing for daily needs. To eat bread was to partake in a tradition as old as humanity, a simple yet profound ritual. Beyond bread, the ancient diet was enriched by other vital gifts from the earth. The olive tree, revered for its longevity and abundance, provided oil that was as essential as water. Olive groves dotted the landscape, their gnarled trunks and silvery leaves testament to centuries of cultivation. The harvesting of olives was a communal affair, a time of diligent labor and shared purpose. Once gathered, the olives were pressed, often using heavy stone presses to extract their rich golden oil. This oil was a cornerstone of daily life, used not only for cooking and dressing food, but also as fuel for lamps, as anointing oil, and for medicinal purposes. Its distinctive earthy flavor permeated much of the cuisine. Then there were the vineyards, thriving on the hillsides, their vines carefully tended through the seasons. Grapes, when ripe, brought a burst of sweetness and joy. The harvest was a celebratory time, where men and women would gather the heavy bunches, their hands stained purple from the juice. The grapes were typically trodden in large vats, often by foot, to extract the juice, a task that was both laborious and communal, often accompanied by singing and laughter. This juice would then ferment, slowly transforming into wine, a drink enjoyed for refreshment, celebration, and as a staple beverage, always consumed with a sense of its sacred significance and moderation. Sweetness was also provided by figs and dates, two fruits that thrived in the warm climate. Fig trees offered their tender, fleshy fruit, which could be eaten fresh or dried, and pressed into cakes for long-term storage, providing a vital source of energy and natural sugar throughout the year. Date palms, majestic and enduring, yielded their sweet, chewy fruits, often a staple in arid regions. Like figs, dates could be dried, making them an excellent provision for travelers or for sustaining families during leaner times. These natural candies were a simple luxury, a taste of the land's inherent generosity. Legumes, such as lentils and beans, formed another crucial part of the diet, providing much-needed protein and sustenance. They were often cooked into hearty stews, simple yet nourishing, simmered slowly over an open fire, filling the home with their comforting aroma. These humble ingredients were the backbone of many a family meal, especially when other foods were scarce. Seasonal vegetables also played their part, adding freshness and variety. Cucumbers, melons, onions, and garlic were cultivated in gardens or gathered from fields, their availability dictated by the rhythm of the growing seasons. These additions, though perhaps not as central as bread or oil, brought vibrant flavors and essential nutrients to the family table. Yet, perhaps the most vital commodity of all, often taken for granted in more abundant lands, was water. In a landscape frequently parched and dry, water was life itself. Its acquisition was a daily pilgrimage, often requiring journeys to distant wells or springs, or the careful management of collected rainwater in cisterns. The act of drawing water, often with earthenware jars or leather skins, was a constant effort, a testament to its preciousness. The well was more than a source of water. It was a gathering place, a social hub where news was exchanged and connections were forged. The cool, refreshing taste of pure water was a blessing beyond measure, a daily miracle in itself. Mealtimes were generally simple affairs, reflecting the humble nature of their daily lives. Families would gather, often sitting on mats or low stools around a low table, or directly on the floor. There was a strong emphasis on sharing, and hospitality was a deeply ingrained virtue, with strangers and travelers always welcome to partake. Before partaking, a prayer of gratitude would be offered, acknowledging God as the ultimate provider of all good things. The meals were eaten slowly, deliberately, not rushed, allowing for conversation, contemplation, and the full appreciation of the nourishment received. It was time for connection, both with family and with the divine. The daily rhythm of sustenance was intrinsically tied to the seasons, to the blessings of rain, and the fertility of the soil. There was an ever-present awareness of the delicate balance between abundance and scarcity, with the threat of famine always looming in the collective memory. This made every harvest, every successful crop, a cause for profound gratitude and thanksgiving. Thus, the provision of daily bread, and indeed all food, was far more than a physical necessity. It was a spiritual lesson, a constant reaffirmation of faith. Each meal was a tangible reminder of God's enduring covenant, His promise to sustain His people, fostering a deep sense of trust and dependence on the benevolent hand that nourished both body and soul. As the sun, a gentle painter, began to brush the eastern sky with soft hues of rose and gold, a quiet stirring would begin to ripple through the sleeping village. The cool embrace of the night air would slowly yield to the warming breath of the new day, and with it, the undeniable call of life's most fundamental need, water. For every household, every family, every living creature within the village walls and beyond, the well was more than just a source. It was a rhythmic pulse, a beacon drawing them inevitably towards its cool, life-giving depths. Water in those ancient lands was not merely a convenience but a precious, sacred gift, a constant reminder of dependence and provision. It dictated the very patterns of daily existence, shaping journeys, tasks, and even the architecture of homes. Without it, the fields would wither, the livestock would perish, and human life itself would ebb away like a forgotten stream in the summer heat. Thus, the journey to the well was not a chore to be dreaded, but a pilgrimage of necessity and often of quiet anticipation. Long before the sun climbed high enough to cast sharp shadows, the first figures as the sun begins its gentle ascent, casting long, soft shadows across the ancient pathways, a new kind of rhythm awakens in the villages and towns of biblical lands. Beyond the quiet hum of the household, beyond the fields where farmers tend their crops, lies the bustling heart of community life, the marketplace and the workshops of the skilled artisans. It is a place where human ingenuity and patient labor converge, where goods are exchanged, and where the very fabric of daily existence is woven into a tapestry of trade and craftsmanship. Imagine for a moment the soft morning air carrying the distant yet distinct sounds that signal the market's awakening. Perhaps the bleating of a goat, the lowing of cattle being led into town, or the gentle creak of a cart laden with fresh produce. These are not harsh or jarring noises, but rather a symphony of life slowly stirring, a comforting prelude to the day's activities. The marketplace is not merely a place of commerce. It is a vibrant, living entity, a hub where stories are shared, news is exchanged, and the pulse of the community beats with a steady, reassuring rhythm. Among the earliest to rise, often before the first blush of dawn, are the artisans. Their work is a testament to dedicated skill, passed down through generations, each movement practiced and perfected over countless hours. These are the hands that shape the very world around them, transforming raw materials into objects of beauty and utility, essential for every home and every aspect of daily life. Their workshops, often humble and open to the elements, are places of focused creation where skill and patience intertwine. Consider the potter, for instance, a figure steeped in the imagery of biblical metaphor. With hands stained by the earth, the potter sits before the spinning wheel, a lump of moist clay before them. There is a deep, almost meditative concentration in their gaze as they press and guide the clay, coaxing it upward, outward, into form. The rhythmic whirring of the wheel, the gentle squish of the clay, the focused breathing of the artisan. These are the sounds of creation taking shape. From this simple elemental interaction, humble bowls, elegant pitchers, and sturdy storage jars emerge. Each piece, once shaped, must be carefully dried in the sun, then fired in a kiln, a process requiring careful control of heat and time. The kiln, often a simple dome-shaped structure, would glow with an intense heat, transforming the fragile clay into durable pottery, ready to hold water, grain, or oil. The potter's craft is a beautiful example of human hands cooperating with the natural elements, creating objects that serve essential purposes in every home, from the humblest dwelling to the grandest house. Then there are the weavers, whose diligent hands transform raw wool and flax into garments and coverings. The gentle thud of the loom, the rhythmic shuttle passing threads back and forth, creates a soothing cadence that fills their workspace. Women, often gathered together, would spin raw fibers into thread, their fingers deftly twisting the strands, while others would meticulously work at the loom, creating intricate patterns and durable fabrics. The colors they introduced were not from modern synthetic dyes, but from the very earth itself. Vibrant blues from indigo plants, rich reds from badger root, sunny yellows from saffron or pomegranate rinds. Imagine the careful process of preparing these dyes, boiling leaves and roots, soaking the threads, watching as the natural world imparted its hues onto the plain fibers. The resulting textiles, whether simple tunics or elaborately decorated cloaks, were more than just clothing. They were expressions of identity, status, and artistry, each thread imbued with the labor and skill of the weaver. Nearby, perhaps, the carpenter would be at work, the scent of fresh-cut wood mingling with the dust that danced in the shafts of sunlight, the steady thunk of an adze shaping a timber, the soft rasp of a saw cutting through a plank, the careful tap-tap-tap of a chisel refining a joint. These were the sounds that echoed from their simple workshops. With tools made of iron and bronze, often forged by a local smith, they would transform rough-hewn logs into essential items. From their hands came the sturdy beams for houses, the simple tables and stools that furnished homes, the wooden yokes for oxen, and even the frames for agricultural tools. Wood, a precious resource in many parts of the land, was used with great respect and efficiency. The carpenter's work was foundational, literally building the framework of daily life, providing the stability and structure that allowed communities to thrive. The metal worker, or smith, practiced a craft demanding strength, precision, and an intimate understanding of fire. The deep clang of hammer on anvil would resonate through the early morning air, a powerful primal sound of creation. Imagine the intense heat of the forge, the bellows pumping air to fan the flames, making the iron glow a fiery orange before it was expertly shaped with powerful rhythmic blows. From the smithy emerged a vast array of metal objects, crucial for survival and progress. Plowshares for tilling the soil, axes for cutting wood, knives for preparing food, and sturdy nails for construction. They also crafted more delicate items, such as lamps, cooking pots, and even intricate pieces of jewelry, often using bronze or copper. The smith's skill was indispensable, providing the tools that empowered all other trades and protected the community. Further afield, the stonemasons would be at work, their labor often carried out in quarries or on the building sites of important structures. The crisp chip-chip-chip of a hammer against stone, the scraping sound of a chisel and the occasional thud as the shaped block was carefully lowered into place, would mark their presence. Their hands, calloused and strong, shaped the very landscape, turning raw rock into enduring foundations and walls. These skilled workers transformed rough stone into smooth, precise blocks, building homes, city walls, public buildings, and most reverently, the very temple itself. The work was arduous, requiring immense strength and an eye for structural integrity. The stonemason's craft speaks of permanence, of structures designed to withstand the test of time, grounding the community both physically and symbolically. And then there were the leather workers, whose trade involved the transformation of animal hides into durable and versatile materials. The distinct scent of tanning agents, perhaps mixed with the earthier aroma of the raw skins, would mark their workshops. Their work was essential for creating practical items needed for travel, storage, and personal comfort. From their skilled hands came sturdy sandals, protecting feet on dusty roads, water skins, essential for carrying precious water, and bags and pouches for carrying goods and personal belongings. The process of tanning was long and meticulous, involving soaking, scraping, and treating the hides to make them pliable and resistant to decay. The leather workers' contribution was vital, providing the means for mobility and the preservation of resources, allowing people to journey and to sustain themselves in their daily lives. As these artisans worked, their creations slowly made their way to the marketplace. The marketplace itself was a spectacle of simple abundance, a sensory tapestry woven from sights, sounds, and smells. Early in the morning, farmers would arrive, their baskets and donkeys laden with fresh produce, ripe figs, plump dates, fragrant herbs, crisp vegetables, and perhaps a small goat or a clutch of chickens. The air would begin to fill with the soft murmur of voices, the gentle rustle of fabrics, and the earthy scent of the land's bounty. The market was more than just a place to buy and sell. It was the social heart of the community, where people gathered not only for trade, but also for companionship and communication. Here, neighbors would greet each other, catching up on family news and local happenings. Travelers from distant lands might share stories of their journeys, bringing a taste of the outside world into the familiar rhythm of the town. Children, with wide, curious eyes, would dart between stalls, fascinated by the colorful displays and the lively interactions. Bartering was the primary mode of exchange, a direct transaction of goods for goods, skill for skill. A potter might trade a set of jars for a measure of grain from a farmer, or a weaver might exchange a length of linen for new tools from the smith. This system fostered a deep sense of interdependence and community, as each person's labor directly supported the needs of another. While rudimentary forms of currency, such as shekels of silver, existed, much of daily commerce revolved around these personal exchanges. building relationships as much as facilitating transactions. The gentle hum of the marketplace would grow steadily throughout the morning, reaching its peak around midday, before slowly subsiding as the sun began its descent. As the afternoon wore on, vendors would begin to pack away their remaining wares, and the crowds would thin, returning to their homes with baskets full of provisions and minds full of stories. The market, having served its purpose, would slowly settle back into a quiet anticipation of the next day's awakening. The work of the artisan, whether in the quiet solitude of their workshop or amidst the gentle bustle of the marketplace, was considered a noble and necessary pursuit. It was not merely a means of livelihood, but often seen as a reflection of divine creativity, a way of participating in the ongoing act of shaping the world. The skillful hands of the potter, the weaver, the carpenter, and the smith were seen as blessed, their labor contributing directly to the well-being and sustenance of the community. In the rhythmic daily life of biblical times, these artisans and their marketplaces formed an indispensable part of the social and economic fabric. They embodied the values of diligence, skill, and community interdependence, their quiet dedication to their craft, the patient transformation of raw materials into objects of purpose, and the gentle communal dance of trade in the marketplace, all contributed to the steady, reassuring pulse of a life lived in harmony with the rhythms of faith and the blessings of the land. The gentle rhythm of life, so deeply intertwined with the earth and the heavens, often found its most vibrant expression in the arrival of new life, in the homes nestled within the ancient hills and valleys. The cry of a newborn was not merely a sound, but a profound declaration of blessing, a fresh breath of hope carried upon the morning breeze. From the very moment of birth, a child was understood to be a gift from the Most High, a precious continuation of the family line, and a vital link in the unfolding story of the covenant people. The birthing chamber, often a simple, quiet corner of the home, would be filled with the hushed anticipation of women, mothers, grandmothers, and experienced neighbors, their hands gentle, their voices soft with encouragement and prayer. The air might carry the subtle scent of herbs, perhaps a warm compress, or the flicker of an oil lamp casting dancing shadows on the walls. When the new life finally emerged, a collective sigh of relief and profound gratitude would fill the space, followed by the careful swaddling of the infant in soft cloths, a tender embrace that mimicked the warmth and security of the womb. Once swaddled, a tiny bundle of promise, the baby would be presented to its parents, a moment of deep connection and silent vows. The naming of the child, particularly for boys on the 8th day during the Brit Milah, was a significant event, often accompanied by a small gathering of family and friends. The chosen name was more than just an identifier. It was a whispered prayer, a reflection of hopes, a remembrance of ancestors, or a testament to God's faithfulness. A name like David, meaning beloved, or Hannah, meaning grace, carried with it not only personal identity, but also a connection to the unfolding narrative of their people, a gentle reminder of their place in the divine tapestry. In the earliest years, the world of the child was a soft cocoon woven from the presence of the mother. Her arms were the safest haven, her lullabies the first melodies that soothed them to sleep beneath the cool desert stars. The sounds of the household, the rhythmic grinding of grain, the gentle bleating of a nearby lamb, the murmur of conversation became the symphony of their awakening senses. They learned to distinguish the warmth of their mother's skin, the scent of her clothing, the gentle sway of her body as she moved through her daily tasks, carrying them close. Each day was an unfolding tapestry of discovery. From the tentative first steps across the earthen floor to the babbling attempts at speech, the home was a living classroom. They explored the textures of the world with tiny fingers. The smooth coolness of a clay pot, the rough grain of a wooden stool, the soft wool of a blanket, the sun-dappled courtyard, the dusty path leading to the well, the vibrant colors of ripening figs. These were the early landscapes etched into their burgeoning minds, each sensation a thread in the rich fabric of their memory. Play, for these children of ancient times, was not a separate, structured activity, but an organic extension of life itself, a spontaneous dance of imagination born from the rhythms around them. Without the array of manufactured toys we know today, their creativity bloomed boundless and free, transforming everyday objects into props for their vibrant inner worlds. A smooth, flat stone might become a baby to be cradled, a collection of pebbles transformed into a flock of sheep to be herded across the imaginary hills of the courtyard. Twigs and fallen leaves were meticulously arranged to construct miniature homes, mirroring the very dwellings they lived in, complete with tiny hearths and walls. Clay, readily available from the earth, was molded into rudimentary figures of people or animals, their small hands shaping the pliable material with a seriousness that belied their tender years. These simple, natural elements became the building blocks of their play, fostering ingenuity and a deep connection to the land that sustained them. Much of their play was imitative, a playful rehearsal for the adult roles they would one day assume. Little girls would gather broken shards of pottery or remnants of cloth, mimicking their mothers grinding grain, kneading dough, or weaving, their tiny voices humming the same soft tunes they heard their mothers sing. Boys, with sticks clutched like staffs, would pretend to be shepherds, guiding their invisible flocks, or perhaps farmers, tilling the imaginary soil with earnest determination. These games were not just entertainment, they were the earliest forms of apprenticeship, subtly embedding the skills and responsibilities of their culture into their young hearts and minds. The first lessons of life were rarely delivered through formal instruction, but rather absorbed through the vibrant currents of daily living. The home was the primary school, the parents the most influential teachers, and the very fabric of family life the curriculum. A young girl, from the moment she could toddle, would follow her mother like a small shadow, her eager eyes observing every movement, every task. She learned the subtle art of preparing meals, from the careful selection of grains to the rhythmic kneading of dough, her small hands soon imitating the motions, perhaps sifting flour or fetching water in a tiny pitcher. She would watch her mother spin wool into thread, weave simple fabrics, or mend garments, understanding that these were not just chores but essential contributions to the well-being of the family. Caring for younger siblings was another vital lesson, instilling compassion, responsibility, and the nurturing spirit that would define her future role. These skills were passed down not through lectures, but through shared activity, through the warmth of a mother's guidance, and the quiet satisfaction of contributing to the household's harmonious functioning. For boys, learning began by accompanying their fathers into the fields, the pastures, or the workshops. They learned the rhythms of planting and harvesting, the nuances of tending to livestock, recognizing the signs of health or distress in a lamb or a goat. A father might patiently show his son how to prepare the soil, how to sow seeds, or how to guide a plow, his strong hands gently guiding the boy's smaller ones. If the father was a craftsman, the boy would learn the feel of wood, the shaping of metal, or the intricacies of building, his senses awakening to the textures and smells of honest labor. This hands-on, experiential learning fostered not only practical skills, but also a deep respect for work, for the land, and for the wisdom of their elders. But beyond the practicalities of daily life, the most profound lessons imparted to the children of the covenant were those of faith. From their earliest days, they were enveloped in the spiritual narrative of their people, a story of a loving, powerful God who had chosen them and made promises that echoed through generations. Parents were the primary spiritual teachers, their voices the first to whisper the ancient blessings, the first to recount the miraculous tales of their ancestors, Moses, Abraham, Sarah, and the journey through the wilderness. The Shema, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, was not merely a prayer, but a foundational truth, repeated morning and evening, becoming as familiar as their own names. Children learned it sitting at their parents' feet, their small voices joining in the sacred words, understanding even then that their God was unique, singular, and utterly devoted to them. These were not abstract theological concepts, but living truths woven into the fabric of their daily existence, reinforced by every sunrise and sunset. The observance of the Sabbath, a day of rest and reverence, was a powerful spiritual lesson. Children witnessed the transformation of their home as the sun began to set on Friday, the lighting of the Sabbath lamps, the special meal, the blessings over wine and bread. They felt the quiet reverence, the cessation of labor, the focused attention on family and faith. Festivals like Passover, Sukkot, and Shavuot became vibrant, tangible expressions of their history and their relationship with God. Each ritual, each story, each shared meal deepening their understanding of who they were as children of the covenant. As children grew, their informal education at home might, for some, transition into more structured learning, particularly for boys. In communities where a scribe or a learned elder resided, boys might gather to learn the rudiments of reading and writing, their fingers tracing the ancient Hebrew letters on wax tablets or shards of pottery. The ultimate goal was not just literacy for its own sake, but the ability to read and understand the sacred texts, the Torah, which contained the very words of God and the laws that governed their lives. Memorization was a cornerstone of this learning, not only of prayers and blessings, but also of stories and passages from the sacred scrolls. The melodic chanting of verses would fill the air, reinforcing the words in their minds and hearts. This education, whether entirely within the home or supplemented by community instruction, gradually prepared them for their roles as adults, as inheritors of a rich spiritual legacy, and as active participants in the ongoing story of their people. From the first cry to the threshold of adulthood, the children of biblical times were nurtured, taught, and guided, growing into their identity as integral threads in the vibrant tapestry of the covenant. As the gentle rhythm of daily life unfolded across the ancient lands, punctuated by the rising and setting sun, the tending of flocks, and the tilling of fields, there remained a deeper, more profound rhythm that echoed in the hearts of the people. This was the rhythm of faith, a spiritual pulse that called them to set aside moments, and indeed entire days, for communion with the divine. In their communities, both humble and grand, sacred spaces emerged as anchors for this devotion, places where the individual soul could connect with the collective spirit, and where the presence of the Most High was felt with a unique intensity. These sacred spaces were not merely buildings of stone and wood, they were living testaments to an enduring faith, imbued with the hopes, prayers, and aspirations of generations. They offered solace in times of trouble, guidance in moments of uncertainty, and a profound sense of belonging. Each had its own distinct character, its own unique cadence of worship, yet both served the overarching purpose of drawing the human spirit closer to its Creator, weaving threads of holiness into the fabric of everyday existence. They were sanctuaries of peace, where the clamor of the world could recede and the quiet whispers of the soul could be heard. Among these revered gathering places, two stood out in their significance and function. The synagogue, a local hub of learning and communal prayer, and the magnificent temple in Jerusalem, the unparalleled center of national worship and sacrificial atonement. While distinct in their architecture, rituals, and reach, they both acted as vital conduits for spiritual expression, shaping the identity and practices of the people. The synagogue, often a modest structure, was woven into the very fabric of village life, a familiar beacon of weekly devotion, while the temple, a distant, awe-inspiring edifice, represented the pinnacle of their collective faith, a destination for profound pilgrimage. Let us first turn our thoughts to the synagogue, a sacred institution that blossomed in the centuries leading up to the time of Jesus, particularly gaining prominence during and after the Babylonian exile. When the temple lay in ruins and the people were scattered from their homeland, the need for a place of spiritual gathering, a space for communal prayer and the study of God's Word became acutely felt. From this yearning emerged the synagogue, a testament to the resilience of faith, demonstrating that worship could thrive even without the grand rituals of the temple. It was a place where community could gather, learn, and remember their covenant with God. Unlike the singular, centralized temple, synagogues became ubiquitous, a comforting presence in almost every town and village across the land of Israel and throughout the diaspora. They were often humble structures, perhaps a large room in a private home or a dedicated building constructed with local materials, stone, wood, and clay. Their architecture was generally understated, reflecting their primary function as places for teaching and communal assembly rather than elaborate ritual. Yet, despite their simplicity, each synagogue was considered a holy place, a Beit Knesset, a house of assembly, or a Beit Tefillah, a house of prayer. Imagine the quiet anticipation as the Sabbath day approached, heralded by the setting sun on Friday evening. The day of rest, a divine gift, began. Families would have prepared their meals, lit their lamps, and completed their week's work, ready to embrace the tranquility. On the Sabbath morning, a gentle pilgrimage would begin, as individuals and families, dressed in their finest, would make their way to the local synagogue. The air would be filled not with the bustling sounds of commerce, but with a hushed reverence, a quiet murmur of greetings, and the soft shuffle of footsteps approaching the sacred door. Stepping inside, one would notice the simplicity and order. Benches would line the walls, with perhaps mats or cushions on the floor for additional seating. At one end, usually facing Jerusalem, would be an ark or cupboard, carefully crafted and often adorned, housing the precious Torah scrolls, the very Word of God. A raised platform, known as the Bima or Teba, would be centrally located, from which the scriptures would be read and sermons delivered. A lamp, the Ner Tamid, would perpetually burn, symbolizing God's eternal presence among His people, casting a soft, steady glow within the room. The Sabbath service itself was a meditative journey through prayer, scripture, and teaching. It would begin with communal prayers recited aloud, often led by a respected member of the community, not necessarily a priest. These prayers were expressions of praise, thanksgiving, and supplication, echoing ancient words that had been passed down through generations. The recitation of the Shema, "Hear, O Israel," "The Lord our God, the Lord is one," was a central moment, a profound declaration of faith that bound the community together in its monotheistic conviction. This declaration was not merely spoken, but deeply felt, a reminder of their unique relationship with the divine. Following the prayers, the heart of the service unfolded. The reading of the Torah. With great reverence, a scroll would be carefully removed from the ark, unrolled, and portions read aloud, first in Hebrew, then often translated into Aramaic, the common language of the people, so that all could understand. This public reading of the law was accompanied by blessings, both before and after, acknowledging the sacredness of the text and the wisdom it imparted. It was a moment of profound attentiveness, as the ancient narratives and divine commandments resonated through the space, connecting the present congregation to their ancestral past. After the Torah reading, a portion from the prophets, the Haftarah, would also be read, often chosen for its thematic connection to the week's Torah portion. This would then be followed by a discourse or sermon delivered by a respected elder, a visiting rabbi, or any learned member of the community who felt moved to share insights. This was a time for reflection and interpretation, for applying the timeless wisdom of the scriptures to the everyday lives of the people. The speaker would often sit, a posture of teaching, while the congregation listened intently, absorbing the lessons and finding guidance for their spiritual walk. The service would conclude with further prayers and blessings, sending the congregation forth with renewed spirit and a deeper understanding of their faith. But the synagogue was more than just a place of Sabbath worship. It was the vibrant heart of the community throughout the week. It served as a school for children, where they learned to read and write, primarily through the study of the Torah. It was a place for legal deliberations, for social gatherings, and for acts of charity. The synagogue was a living hub, fostering not only spiritual growth but also communal cohesion, a place where people supported one another and upheld the values of their shared heritage. In essence, the synagogue was a spiritual home, a place of quiet reverence where the focus was on learning, prayer, and community. Its atmosphere was one of participatory devotion, where every member had a role, and the shared pursuit of understanding God's Word was paramount. It was an intimate setting, fostering a sense of belonging and continuous spiritual nourishment, preparing hearts and minds for the journey of life and for the greater pilgrimage that some would undertake to the other, more magnificent sacred space, the Temple in Jerusalem. The Temple, in contrast to the local synagogue, stood as the singular, resplendent center of Jewish worship for centuries. Perched majestically on Mount Moriah in Jerusalem, it was not merely a building, but the very dwelling place of God on earth, according to ancient belief. Its grandeur was legendary, designed to inspire awe and reverence, a constant reminder of the covenant between God and His chosen people. For generations, the temple represented the heart of the nation's spiritual life, a a beacon of holiness that drew pilgrims from far and wide. The very construction of the temple spoke of its profound significance. King Solomon's original temple, and later Herod's magnificent reconstruction, were architectural marvels, employing the finest materials and skilled craftsmanship. Imagine the gleaming white stones, the intricate carvings, the gates covered in gold and silver, all catching the sunlight and radiating a divine splendor. Within its courtyards and chambers, a complex system of worship unfolded, overseen by the hereditary priesthood and the Levites, who dedicated their lives to serving in this hallowed space. At the core of the temple's purpose was the system of sacrifices. These were not merely acts of slaughter, but profound rituals of atonement, thanksgiving, and communion. Daily, morning and evening, lambs were offered on the great altar of burnt offering, their smoke ascending as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. These daily sacrifices, known as the Tamid, were a perpetual reminder of the nation's constant need for God's grace and forgiveness, a steady rhythm of communal repentance and devotion that undergirded the very existence of the people. Beyond the daily offerings, the temple was the focal point for the great annual pilgrimage festivals. Passover, Shavuot, Weeks or Pentecost, encircled tabernacles or booths. These were times of immense national celebration and spiritual renewal, when Jews from every corner of the land, and even from distant lands, would undertake arduous journeys to Jerusalem. Imagine the bustling roads, filled with families traveling together, singing psalms of ascent, their hearts swelling with anticipation as they approached the holy city, its walls and towers growing ever larger on the horizon. Arriving in Jerusalem for a festival was an experience of overwhelming sensory and spiritual immersion. The city would be teeming with pilgrims, the air thick with the murmur of many languages, the scent of incense and sacrificial fires, and the joyous sounds of trumpets and lyres accompanying hymns of praise. The temple courtyards would be alive with activity. Merchants selling sacrificial animals, money changers converting foreign currency, and countless worshippers performing ritual purifications in the mikvahs, preparing themselves to enter the sacred precincts. For the ordinary worshipper, the experience of the temple was primarily one of participation in the outer courts, observing the priests perform their sacred duties, offering their personal sacrifices, and joining in the collective prayers and songs. While only priests could enter the inner sanctuary and the Holy of Holies, the very presence within the temple grounds was considered a profound privilege, a tangible connection to the divine. It was a place where one felt truly close to God, where the veil between the earthly and the heavenly seemed thinnest. The atmosphere in the temple, while reverent, also held a unique majesty and grandeur that differed from the quiet intimacy of the synagogue. It was a place of dramatic ritual, of priestly vestments, of the solemn procession of sacrificial animals, and the deep, resonant sound of the shofar. The scale of worship was immense, a national outpouring of devotion, contrasting with the local, communal focus of the synagogue. Here, the emphasis was on specific acts of atonement and national remembrance, on the intricate dance of divine law and human obedience. Yet, despite their differences, the synagogue and the temple were not in competition. Rather, they were complementary pillars of Jewish spiritual life. The synagogue provided the consistent, accessible framework for daily and weekly devotion, for learning God's Word, and for fostering local community. It was the classroom, the town hall, the spiritual hearth. The temple, on the other hand, represented the pinnacle of national worship, the central locus of atonement and high festival celebration, a majestic symbol of God's presence and covenant with His entire people. One could say the synagogue nurtured the individual and the local community in their walk with God, offering continuous instruction and fellowship. The temple, however, served the entire nation, drawing them together for profound, unifying acts of worship and pilgrimage, reminding them of their collective identity and their shared history with the divine. The quiet reverence of the weekly synagogue gathering prepared hearts for the awe-inspiring experience of the temple, and the memory of the temple's grandeur inspired deeper devotion in the local synagogue. Together, these sacred spaces wove a rich tapestry of faith, providing distinct yet interconnected avenues for spiritual expression. They guided the daily rhythms and annual cycles of life, ensuring that the spiritual dimension was never far from the consciousness of the people. Through them, the ancient covenants were remembered, the divine laws were taught, and the presence of God, as the golden light of the sixth day began its slow descent, a subtle transformation would ripple through the villages and homes across the ancient lands. The familiar rhythm of daily toil, so constant and demanding, would begin to gently wind down, replaced by an anticipatory hush. This was the prelude to the Sabbath, a day set apart, a sacred pause woven into the very fabric of existence, a divine gift of rest and renewal. Every household, from the humblest dwelling of a farmer to the bustling home of a merchant, would engage in a flurry of purposeful activity in these final hours before the Sabbath's embrace. Tools were meticulously cleaned and laid aside, not to be touched until the sacred hours had passed. The potter's wheel fell silent, the weaver's shuttle rested, and the farmer's plough was left in the furrow, awaiting the new week. This deliberate cessation of labor was not merely an obligation, it was a conscious act of reverence, a physical manifestation of faith. Within the homes, the air would fill with the comforting aromas of preparations. Breads, often challah, or a simple round loaf, baked slowly in ovens, their crusts turning golden and fragrant. Stews, prepared with herbs and vegetables from the garden, simmered gently over low fires, ensuring a warm, nourishing meal that would require no further cooking on the holy day itself. Every detail, from the scrubbing of floors to the tidying of sleeping mats, was carried out with a sense of purpose and joy, a quiet offering in anticipation of the sacred time. The most poignant moment of preparation, however, often centered around the lighting of the Sabbath lamps. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, the mother of the household would perform this cherished ritual. With hands carefully washed, she would light the wicks, often set in small clay bowls filled with olive oil, their flames casting a soft, flickering glow that pushed back the encroaching twilight. This act was more than just illuminating a room. It was a symbolic ushering in of the Sabbath's light, a spiritual beacon for the home. As the first tiny flames danced, she would often cover her eyes and recite a blessing, her voice a soft murmur in the quiet room. This blessing was a moment of deep connection, a prayer for peace, for family, for the sanctity of the day that was now officially beginning. The gentle glow of the lamps seemed to imbue the very air with a sense of tranquility, signaling the transition from the mundane into the sacred, from the week's labor into the Sabbath's gentle embrace. With the lamps lit and the blessing spoken, a profound stillness would descend upon the home, and indeed, upon the entire community. The clamor of the marketplace, the shouts of merchants, the lowing of cattle, the incessant hum of daily life, all would gradually fade. A quiet, almost palpable peace would settle over the land. This was the essence of the Sabbath, a complete cessation of creative work, a deliberate disengagement from the worldly pursuits that so often consumed one's thoughts and energy. It was a day when the hand was stayed from its labor, the mind from its worries, and the spirit was invited to simply be. The fields, which just hours before had bustled with activity, now lay still under the twilight sky, their furrows silent. The tools of the craftsman, once busy shaping wood or metal, now rested, symbols of a pause, a collective breath taken by an entire people. This universal quietude fostered a sense of unity, a shared experience of divine rest that transcended individual circumstances. The Sabbath was, above all, a day dedicated to the family. With no work to be done outside the home and no commerce to attend to, attention turned inward towards the heart of one's household. The evening meal on Sabbath Eve was particularly cherished. Gathered around a low table, perhaps on woven mats on the floor, family members would share the delicious, pre-prepared foods, savoring each bite in the warm glow of the Sabbath lamps. The aroma of spiced stews and fresh bread mingle with the scent of olive oil, creating an atmosphere of comfort and togetherness. This meal was often a time for storytelling, for sharing wisdom, and for recounting the week's blessings. Fathers would share ancient tales of their ancestors, stories of faith and perseverance that echoed through generations. Mothers would offer gentle guidance, their voices soft and reassuring. Children, freed from their daily chores, would listen intently, their eyes wide with wonder, absorbing the lessons and the love that permeated these sacred family gatherings. It was a time for bonds to be strengthened, for hearts to draw closer, and for the spirit of unity to flourish. With the coming of the new day, the Sabbath continued its gentle unfolding. The morning often began with prayers either individually, within the home, or, for many, communally at the local synagogue or assembly place. These gatherings were not merely social occasions. They were profound acts of worship, opportunities for the community to come together in shared devotion. The air would resonate with the melodic chanting of psalms and the recitation of ancient blessings, voices blending in a harmonious expression of faith. The readings from the sacred scrolls were a central feature of these assemblies. Scribes or elders would carefully unroll the parchment, their fingers tracing the ancient Hebrew script. As they read aloud passages from the Torah, the prophets, and other holy writings, these readings were not just heard, they were contemplated, discussed, and absorbed, offering spiritual nourishment and guidance for the week ahead. The words, imbued with centuries of wisdom, provided a framework for understanding one's place in the world and one's relationship with the divine. Beyond the formal observances, the Sabbath was a day for deep reflection and spiritual contemplation. Without the demands of labor, minds were free to wander, to ponder, to connect with the divine in a profound and personal way. Many would spend quiet moments in prayer, not rushed or hurried, but offered with a sense of spaciousness and peace. They might walk slowly through a garden, observing the intricate beauty of creation, or sit by a window, simply gazing at the sky, allowing their thoughts to drift towards the Creator. This quiet introspection was a vital component of the Sabbath's power. It offered an opportunity to review the week that had passed, to acknowledge successes and challenges, and to set intentions for the week to come, all within a framework of divine presence. It was a time for the soul to breathe, to be refreshed, and to realign itself with higher purposes. The absence of external distractions allowed for an inward journey, a communion with one's deepest self and with the sacred. The atmosphere of the Sabbath was distinctly different from any other day. A unique sense of joy permeated the air, not a boisterous, celebratory joy, but a deep, abiding contentment. It was the joy of knowing that one was observing a divine commandment, of participating in a sacred rhythm established by the Creator Himself. This joy was visible in the gentle smiles shared between neighbors, in the relaxed posture of those walking leisurely through the village, and in the softened voices that replaced the usual weekday clamor. Children, too, experienced this special joy. Freed from chores, they might engage in quiet games, listen to more stories, or simply revel in the undivided attention of their parents. The pressure of daily tasks was lifted, allowing for a lightness of spirit that was a hallmark of the Sabbath. This joy was a reminder that rest was not merely a cessation of work, but an active, positive experience of renewal. a taste of a world where all striving had ceased and peace reigned supreme. As the sun began its slow descent once more, marking the end of the Sabbath, a final ritual would often take place within the home. Haftalah, meaning separation. This ceremony gracefully transitioned the family from the sacred time back into the ordinary week. A special braided candle, often intricately woven, would be lit, its multiple wicks casting a bright dancing flame. Spices, often fragrant cloves or cinnamon, would be passed around in a small box, their sweet aroma filling the air. A reminder of the sweetness of the Sabbath. A cup of wine would be blessed and tasted, and then, in a symbolic act, the flame of the Havdalah candle would be extinguished in a small pool of the wine. This beautiful ritual marked the gentle boundary between the holy and the mundane, acknowledging the unique sanctity of the Sabbath, while also preparing the heart for the return to the week's endeavors. It was a moment of reflection, a quiet farewell to the day of rest, and a hopeful welcoming of the days to come. The Sabbath, then, was far more than a day off from work. It was a profound spiritual discipline, a weekly journey into a realm of peace, reflection, and communal warmth. It was a testament to faith, a celebration of creation, and a precious opportunity for the soul to be nourished and renewed. In the gentle embrace of the Sabbath, the people of ancient biblical times found not just physical rest, but a deep spiritual grounding that sustained them through the daily rhythms of their lives, a timeless reminder of the sacred woven into the everyday. The gentle rhythm of daily life in biblical times, though steeped in devotion, was not an unbroken monotone. It was rather a rich tapestry woven with threads of anticipation and celebration, punctuated by the vibrant hues of annual festivals. These were not mere holidays, but sacred appointments, divine invitations to pause, remember, and rejoice. They served as communal anchor points, drawing families and tribes together, strengthening the bonds of faith and kinship, and ensuring that the great narratives of their shared history were never forgotten. Each festival carried its own unique fragrance, a distinct blend of joy, solemnity, and profound spiritual meaning, yet all pointed to the steadfast love and faithfulness of the divine. As the chill of winter began to recede, yielding to the burgeoning warmth of spring, the land itself seemed to stir with a quiet excitement, anticipating the first great festival of the year, Passover or Pesach. This was a celebration deeply etched into the very soul of the people, a poignant remembrance of their liberation from the harsh grip of slavery in Egypt. It was a time when the very air seemed to hum with the echoes of ancient freedom, a story passed down through generations, recounted with reverence around countless family tables. The preparations for Passover were extensive and deeply symbolic, beginning with a meticulous search for any leaven within the homes. Every crumb of bread, every trace of fermented dough had to be removed, purifying the household in preparation for the week of unleavened bread. This ritual served as a powerful physical reminder of the haste with which their ancestors had fled Egypt, leaving no time for their bread to rise. The crisp, flat matzah, eaten throughout the festival, became more than just food. It was a tangible symbol of humility and the swift hand of God's deliverance. On the eve of the festival, families would gather for the Seder meal, a carefully choreographed feast designed to retell the Exodus story. The bitter herbs, dipped in salt water, brought forth the taste of tears and slavery, while the sweet cherosé, a paste of fruits and nuts, recalled the mortar used by their forefathers in bondage, tempering the bitterness with the sweetness of hope. A roasted lamb prepared with care symbolized the Passover sacrifice, its aroma filling the home with a comforting presence. Children, with their innocent curiosity, would ask the traditional 4 questions, prompting the head of the household to narrate the miraculous story of liberation, ensuring that the memory of God's mighty acts would live on in each new generation. It was a night of profound remembrance, communal gratitude, and the enduring promise of freedom. Immediately following Passover came the 7-day feast of unleavened bread, an extension of the Passover theme, reinforcing the lessons learned during the Seder. During this entire week, the absence of leaven in every home served as a constant, gentle reminder of their ancestors' hurried departure from Egypt. It was a period of sustained reflection on their humble beginnings and their absolute reliance on divine provision, even in the midst of uncertainty. This extended festival ensured that the lessons of Passover weren't just a fleeting moment, but seeped into the daily rhythms of life for an entire week, allowing the spiritual truths to take deeper root within the heart of each family member. As the spring deepened and the barley harvest began to ripen across the fields, the people looked forward to the Feast of Weeks, known as Shavuot or Pentecost. This festival, celebrated 7 weeks after Passover, held a dual significance. Firstly, it was a joyful celebration of the first fruits of the wheat harvest, a time to express profound gratitude for God's bounty. Farmers would gather their finest produce, the very first of their yield, and bring it to the temple as an offering, a tangible expression of their thanks and their acknowledgement that all good things flow from the divine hand. The fields, once barren, now teemed with life, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of ripening grains, a testament to the cycle of planting and harvest overseen by their Creator. But Shavuot was more than just a harvest festival. It also commemorated the giving of the Torah, God's divine law at Mount Sinai. As the people rejoiced in the abundance of the land, they also remembered the spiritual sustenance provided by the commandments, the wisdom that guided their lives and shaped their covenant relationship with God. It was a time of communal gatherings, special offerings in the temple, and heartfelt prayers, celebrating both the physical blessings of the earth and the enduring spiritual gift of divine instruction. The joyous atmosphere was infused with a deep sense of reverence for the sacred words that had brought order and purpose to their existence. Beyond these major pilgrimage festivals, the monthly sighting of the new moon, Rosh Chodesh, marked a quieter yet significant communal observance. As the sliver of the new moon appeared in the night sky, trumpets would sound, announcing the beginning of a new month. This wasn't a time for elaborate pilgrimage, but rather a moment for special sacrifices in the temple, and often a pause in the ordinary labor for families. It was a subtle yet consistent way of sanctifying time, acknowledging God's ongoing presence in the unfolding cycles of creation. These monthly observances served as gentle reminders that time itself was a divine gift. Each passing month, a new opportunity for reflection and renewed devotion. The soft call of the shofar in the distance, announcing the new moon, would drift over the villages, a comforting sound that connected everyone to the larger calendar of faith. As the heat of summer gradually mellowed into the crisp air of early autumn, the seventh month brought with it a series of the most solemn and significant festivals, beginning with Rosh Hashanah, the Feast of Trumpets, also known as Yom Teruah. This was a day of profound introspection and a spiritual new year, marking the beginning of a 10-day period of deep self-examination. The piercing sound of the shofar, the ram's horn, resonated through the communities, a sound at once startling and deeply moving. It was a call to awaken the soul, to reflect upon one's deeds of the past year, and to prepare for the spiritual cleansing that lay ahead. The shofar's ancient cry was not merely a signal. It was an invitation to enter a period of heightened awareness, a time for quiet contemplation and heartfelt prayer. Families would gather, not for boisterous celebration, but for solemn communal prayer and quiet introspection. It was a day to remember God's sovereignty as King over all creation, a time to acknowledge one's place within the divine order, and to commit to a path of righteousness in the coming year. The atmosphere was one of respectful anticipation, a quiet resolve to draw closer to the divine. 10 days after Rosh Hashanah came Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, the most solemn day of the entire year. It was a day set aside for national and individual repentance, a time when the entire community humbled itself before God. From sunset to sunset, the people would fast, abstaining from food and drink, shedding the distractions of the physical world to focus entirely on their spiritual state. It was a day of profound introspection, of confessing sins and seeking forgiveness, both from God and from one another. In the temple, the high priest performed elaborate rituals, meticulously prescribed to atone for the sins of the entire nation. He would enter the Holy of Holies, the innermost sanctuary, a place he could only enter once a year, carrying the blood of sacrifices. one of the most poignant rituals involved 2 goats, one sacrificed for the Lord, and the other the scapegoat, upon which the high priest symbolically laid the sins of the people, sending it out into the wilderness to carry away their transgressions. Outside the temple, the hushed atmosphere of repentance permeated every home and every heart. It was a day of deep spiritual cleansing, a profound act of humility, and a renewed commitment to walk in God's ways, culminating in a sense of peace and reconciliation. Yet, even after the profound solemnity of Yom Kippur, the spirit of the people did not remain subdued for long. Just 5 days later, the land burst forth once more in a joyous celebration with Sukkot, the Feast of Tabernacles, or booths. This 7-day festival was a vibrant and outwardly joyful occasion, a stark contrast to the quiet introspection of Yom Kippur. It served a dual purpose, commemorating the 40 years of wandering in the wilderness, when their ancestors lived in temporary shelters, and celebrating the final ingathering of the autumn harvest. Families would construct temporary booths, called Sukkot, often adorned with branches, fruits and flowers, in their courtyards or on their rooftops. For the duration of the festival, they would eat, sleep, and live within these fragile structures, embracing a temporary dwelling as a physical reminder of God's provision and protection during their wilderness journey. The open roofs, through which the stars could be seen, symbolized their reliance on God alone. It was a time of joyous communal meals, hospitality, and sharing. People would wave the lula, a bundle of palm, willow, and myrtle branches, along with an etrog, a citrus fruit, symbolizing the diverse elements of creation and the unity of the community in praising God. The festival was filled with singing, dancing, and heartfelt prayers of thanksgiving for the abundant harvest, marking the conclusion of the agricultural year with profound gratitude and shared delight. The air was filled with the scent of fresh greenery and the joyful sounds of families sharing meals under the open sky, connecting deeply with their history and their creator. These annual festivals, woven into the very fabric of life in biblical times, were far more than mere historical commemorations. They were living, breathing experiences that continually renewed the covenant relationship between God and His people. Each celebration, whether solemn or joyous, served as a powerful reminder of divine faithfulness, shaping the communal identity and grounding individuals in a shared spiritual narrative. They instilled a deep sense of gratitude, fostered humility, and provided regular opportunities for repentance and reconciliation. Through the rhythm of these sacred times, the people learned to pause, to look back with remembrance, and to look forward with hope. They understood that their lives were not simply a series of days, but a journey punctuated by divine appointments, each one drawing them closer to the heart of their Creator. The festivals ensured that the stories of their past were not just tales, but living traditions, experienced anew by each generation, deepening their faith and strengthening their resolve to walk in the daily rhythms of God's grace. And so, the year revolved, a beautiful cycle of remembrance, joy, and unwavering devotion, binding the community together in an eternal dance with the divine. As our journey through the ancient lands continues, we find ourselves gently drawn to another intimate aspect of daily life, the very clothes that grace the bodies of the people, the threads that wove through their days, protecting them from sun and wind and reflecting their place in the world. In biblical times, clothing was far more than mere covering. It was a silent language, speaking of practicality, of comfort, of status, and often of a deeper spiritual significance. Each garment, each adornment carried a story, a tradition passed down through generations. Imagine, for a moment, the soft touch of linen or wool against the skin as dawn's first light bathes the village in a gentle glow. The most fundamental garment, worn by almost everyone, was the kitane or tunic. This simple, often long-sleeved shirt, typically made from wool or linen, served as the inner layer, providing a basic foundation for daily attire. For the poor, it might be the only garment, a testament to their humble existence, worn until it was threadbare and patched. The length and fineness of the tunic could vary, subtly indicating the wearer's status. A longer, more intricately woven tunic, perhaps reaching the ankles and adorned with some embroidery, would suggest a person of higher standing or greater means. For the common laborer, it would be shorter, allowing for freedom of movement during work in the fields or at the craftsman's bench. It was a garment of honest utility, designed to keep the wearer cool in the heat of the day and offer a measure of warmth as evening descended. Over the tunic, one would often wear the simla, a larger rectangular piece of cloth that functioned as a cloak or mantle. This outer garment was indispensable, especially for those who spent their days outdoors. During the cooler months, it provided essential warmth, shielding the wearer from the biting winds and the chill of the desert nights. It was often thick and heavy, designed for resilience against the elements, becoming a trusted companion through all seasons. The simla was so vital that its significance extended beyond mere clothing. It held legal and social importance. The law, in its compassion, decreed that if a poor man's cloak was taken as a pledge, it had to be returned to him by sunset, for it was often his only covering, serving not just as clothing, but also as a blanket for sleeping. This simple garment, therefore, became a symbol of basic human dignity and protection, an item intrinsically linked to survival and the warmth of a good night's rest under the vast, star-strewn sky. To complete the ensemble, head coverings were a common feature, especially in a land where the sun could beat down relentlessly. For men, a simple square of fabric, often held in place with a cord, protected them from the sun's harsh rays and the ever-present dust. For women, head coverings were a matter of modesty and cultural custom, often consisting of beautifully draped veils or scarves that covered the hair, sometimes falling gracefully over the shoulders. These head coverings were not merely functional. They added an element of beauty and grace to the women's appearance, often adorned with subtle patterns or fringed edges. They spoke of a quiet dignity, a gentle reverence for tradition, and a respectful presence within the community. The way a woman wore her veil could communicate much, from her marital status to her readiness for public interaction, all without a single spoken word. And beneath these layers, protecting feet from the rough, stony paths and the scorching earth, were sandals. Simple in design, often consisting of a sole made of leather or woven plant fibers, held to the foot by straps. Sandals were the practical footwear of the day. They offered a necessary barrier against the harsh terrain and the heat, allowing people to traverse the landscape with a measure of comfort and safety. The act of removing one's sandals held profound symbolic meaning. Before entering a holy place, or even someone's home, it was customary to shed them, signifying humility, reverence, and the shedding of the dust and concerns of the outside world. This simple gesture transformed the act of walking into one of respectful approach, connecting the mundane act of foot covering to deeper spiritual contemplation, a quiet acknowledgement of sacred ground. The materials used for clothing were primarily natural and readily available. Wool, shorn from sheep and goats, was a staple offering warmth and durability. Linen derived from the flax plant was prized for its coolness, smoothness, and fine texture, making it ideal for inner garments and for those who could afford its delicate touch. The process of turning raw fibers into thread and then into woven fabric was laborious, a testament to the skill and patience of the women who often performed this vital task. Dyeing these fabrics was an art form, transforming plain cloth into vibrant expressions of color and status. Natural dyes, extracted from plants, minerals, and even insects, created a spectrum of hues. Indigo yielded deep blues, madder root produced rich reds, and the precious murex snail provided the highly coveted purple and scarlet, colors often associated with royalty, wealth, and priestly garments due to their rarity and the difficulty of their extraction. To wear such colors was a clear declaration of one's standing in society, a visual feast for the eyes in a world of earthy tones. Beyond the fundamental garments, adornment played a significant role in expressing beauty, status, and personal identity. Jewelry, though not universally worn, was cherished, particularly by women. Earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings, crafted from gold, silver, bronze, or strung with colorful beads, added sparkle and elegance. These pieces were often passed down through families, carrying with them stories and memories of generations. Sometimes, jewelry also served as amulets, believed to offer protection or bring good fortune, though this practice was often viewed with caution within the stricter interpretations of faith. The gleam of a silver bracelet or the subtle shimmer of a beaded necklace could catch the light, drawing attention to the wearer's grace and adding a touch of personal flair to their daily appearance. A gentle whisper of individual expression. Hair, too, was an important canvas for adornment and expression. Women typically wore their hair long, often braided and carefully arranged, sometimes interwoven with ribbons or small ornaments. While modesty dictated coverings in public, the hair beneath was often cared for with diligence, a private beauty. Men, depending on custom and personal choice, might wear their hair shorter or longer, sometimes adorned with headbands. Cosmetics, though perhaps not as widely used as in some neighboring cultures, were known. Kohl, a dark powder, was sometimes applied to the eyes to enhance their beauty and protect them from the glare of the sun. Henna, derived from a plant, could be used to dye hair, nails, or even create intricate patterns on the skin for celebrations. These subtle enhancements spoke of a desire for beauty and a participation in cultural norms surrounding appearance, always within the broader framework of their faith and societal expectations. Certain occasions and roles called for specific attire, highlighting the symbolic power of clothing. The priests, for instance, wore meticulously prescribed garments of fine linen, adorned with intricate embroidery, precious stones, and specific colors, each detail imbued with sacred meaning, signifying their unique role in ministering before God. These were not merely clothes, but vestments, drawing a clear distinction between the ordinary and the holy. In times of mourning, sackcloth, a coarse, rough fabric, would be worn, often accompanied by ashes, a visible expression of grief, humility, and repentance. Conversely, wedding celebrations would see the bride and groom and perhaps their families dressed in their finest, most beautiful attire, symbolizing joy, new beginnings, and the sanctity of the union. Even the concept of garments of salvation in Scripture speaks to a spiritual clothing, a divine covering of righteousness and grace. Thus, the act of dressing each morning was more than a routine. It was a quiet ritual, a preparation for the day's tasks, interactions, and spiritual walk. Each thread, each fold, each simple adornment contributed to the daily rhythm of life, silently narrating tales of comfort, labor, status, and devotion. As we gently close this chapter on the threads of tradition, we carry with us an appreciation for the quiet eloquence of ancient attire, recognizing how deeply intertwined clothing was with the very fabric of life and faith in biblical times. The world of biblical times, as we have gently explored it, was one deeply rooted in the familiar rhythms of home and community. Yet, even within these cherished boundaries, life often called for journeys, for setting out from the known into the vast, open embrace of the land. Travel in those ancient days was not a swift or simple affair, but a deliberate act, woven with both necessity and a profound reliance on faith and the kindness of strangers. It was a slower unfolding, an undertaking that stretched days into weeks and transformed the familiar into an adventure of the spirit. Imagine the quiet contemplation that preceded such a journey. A family might gather, discussing the path ahead, whether it was to visit distant relatives, to bring goods to a bustling market, or to make a sacred pilgrimage to Jerusalem for one of the annual feasts. These were not decisions made lightly, for each departure meant stepping away from the protective walls of one's own village, leaving behind the comforting routines of daily life, and embracing a world where every step was a prayer, and every encounter a potential blessing or a challenge. The very landscape itself dictated the nature of these travels. Rolling hills, sun-baked plains, winding river valleys, and sometimes the stark beauty of the desert. Each presented its own unique set of circumstances. There were no paved roads as we know them today, but rather ancient tracks, worn smooth by countless feet and hooves over generations. These paths were etched into the earth, tracing routes that had been followed by ancestors, connecting distant settlements like threads in a vast, intricate tapestry. Before setting out, preparations were meticulous and thoughtful. Basic provisions were gathered: dried figs, dates, loaves of flatbread, and perhaps a small skin of water or wine. A sturdy cloak for the cool nights and a head covering for the blazing sun were essential. Sandals, though simple, needed to be robust, ready to withstand the rugged terrain. But beyond these physical necessities, there was a deeper preparation, a spiritual one. Prayers would be offered for divine protection, for guidance on the path, and for safe passage through any unseen dangers that might lie ahead. Most journeys were undertaken on foot, a slow and intimate communion with the land. The traveler would feel the dust beneath their sandals, the warmth of the sun on their skin, and the gentle breeze rustling through their garments. This unhurried pace allowed for observation, for noticing the delicate wildflowers by the wayside, the distant call of a shepherd, the subtle shift of shadows as the day progressed. It was a time for reflection, for quiet conversation with companions, or for simply listening to the rhythmic sound of one's own footsteps. For those with burdens to carry, or for the elderly and pregnant, a donkey would often accompany the travelers. These gentle, sure-footed creatures were invaluable companions, patiently bearing loads of supplies or carrying those less able to walk the long distances. Their steady gait provided a reassuring rhythm, a quiet presence that eased the arduousness of the journey. Their braying call, though sometimes startling, was a familiar sound across the ancient landscape, a sign of life and movement on the dusty trails. Longer journeys, particularly those across vast desert stretches or for significant trade, might involve camels. These magnificent creatures, with their incredible endurance and ability to go for days without water, were the ships of the desert. Their slow swaying gait created a distinct rhythm, and the sight of a camel caravan silhouetted against the setting sun was a truly iconic image of ancient travel. They connected distant lands, carrying precious spices, textiles, and other goods, fostering a network of exchange that reached far beyond the immediate horizon. The paths themselves were more than just routes. They were arteries of life. They linked villages to towns, towns to cities, and ultimately different regions and even different nations. These ancient roads were not always well maintained, sometimes becoming faint and overgrown or obscured by sandstorms. Yet they served as a vital lifeline, a testament to humanity's enduring need to connect, to trade, to share, and to discover what lay beyond the next ridge. Following these well-trodden paths was a practice steeped in tradition, a silent acknowledgement of all who had walked before. However, travel was not without its perils. The open road could be a place of vulnerability. Bandits sometimes lurked in secluded valleys or rocky passes, preying on solitary travelers or smaller groups. Wild animals too posed a threat, especially in the more untamed wilderness areas. The elements themselves could be unforgiving. Sudden storms, flash floods, or relentless heat could turn a journey into a struggle for survival. Therefore, traveling in groups offered a measure of safety and companionship, a shared burden that lightened the spirit. It was against this backdrop of potential hardship and the inherent vulnerability of the traveler that the profound custom of hospitality, known in Hebrew as Haknasat Orkim, flourished and became a cornerstone of biblical society. This was not merely a polite social custom, but a sacred duty, deeply embedded in the spiritual fabric of the people. It was an act of profound generosity, a tangible expression of faith and compassion, reflecting the very nature of a benevolent God who cares for the stranger and the sojourner. The stories of Abraham and Lot in the book of Genesis serve as foundational narratives for this tradition. Abraham, sitting at the entrance of his tent in the heat of the day, saw 3 strangers approaching. Without hesitation, he ran to meet them, bowing low, and insisted they rest, offering water for their feet and a meal under the shade of a tree. His immediate, selfless welcome to unknown visitors, who later revealed themselves to be divine messengers, set a powerful precedent for generations to come, illustrating the potential for sacred encounter in every act of hospitality. Similarly, Lot, residing in Sodom, also extended hospitality to 2 strangers, inviting them into his home and protecting them from the hostile crowd. These narratives underscored the belief that one might, unknowingly, be entertaining angels. This added a layer of spiritual reverence to the act of welcoming a stranger, elevating it from a simple canvas to a potential encounter with the divine, a chance to participate in God's own grace and care for the vulnerable. Imagine then the traveler, weary and dust-covered, approaching a village or a solitary dwelling as the sun begins its descent. The sight of smoke rising from a chimney or the sound of children playing would bring a wave of relief. The host, often sitting at the entrance of their home or tent, would spot the approaching figure. There was no need for formal introduction or elaborate request. The unspoken understanding was immediate. The stranger was to be welcomed, no questions asked, no judgment cast. The act of welcoming began with an immediate invitation. "Come, rest within our dwelling," the host would say, perhaps gesturing with an open hand. The first act of care was often the most practical and symbolic, providing water for washing dusty feet. This simple gesture, performed by the host or a servant, was a profound act of humility and service, easing the immediate discomfort of the journey and signifying a transition from the harshness of the road to the comfort of home. Next, fresh water would be offered to drink, a precious commodity, especially after a long day under the sun. A small amount of oil might be offered to anoint the head, refreshing the skin and easing the weariness. Then, the most fundamental offering, food. Whatever the family had, whether it was a simple meal of bread, olives and cheese, or a more substantial offering if resources allowed, it was shared freely and generously. The guest would be invited to sit at the table, sharing in the family's meal, becoming, for that brief time, one of their own. The guest, in turn, understood their role. They would accept the hospitality with humility and profound gratitude. They might offer news from the road, sharing stories of other villages or distant lands, enriching the host's world with glimpses of what lay beyond their immediate horizon. But they would also be mindful not to impose, not to overstay their welcome, and to respect the customs and rhythms of the host's household. The balance between generosity and respectful acceptance was a delicate dance performed with grace by both parties. The host's generosity was often remarkable, sometimes extending beyond what might seem reasonable. There are accounts in scripture of hosts going to great lengths to provide for their guests, even if it meant sacrificing their own comfort or resources. This was not done out of obligation alone, but from a deep-seated conviction that the stranger at that moment represented a sacred trust. To turn away a traveler was not just rude, it was considered a grave offense, a violation of a fundamental divine commandment. While private homes were the primary source of hospitality, particularly in rural areas, there were also more communal provisions for travelers. Along major trade routes, simple inns or caravanserais might be found. These were often basic shelters, sometimes just a walled enclosure for animals and a communal room for travelers, offering little more than a roof overhead and a place to rest. But even in these humble settings, the spirit of shared humanity prevailed, and travelers often found companionship and a measure of safety among fellow sojourners. The concept of the ger, the stranger or sojourner, was deeply significant in biblical law and teaching. The Israelites, having themselves been strangers in the land of Egypt, were repeatedly commanded by God to love the stranger, to treat them as one of their own, and not to oppress them. This divine instruction formed the very bedrock of their understanding of hospitality, transforming it from a mere social nicety into an ethical and spiritual imperative, a continuous reminder of their own past and God's enduring compassion. As the morning dawned, signaling the time for the traveler to resume their journey, the farewells would be exchanged with warmth and well wishes. The host would offer blessings for safe passage, perhaps providing a small parcel of food for the road ahead. The guest would express heartfelt gratitude for the kindness shown, for the rest, nourishment, and protection. Often, a lasting bond was forged in these brief encounters, a quiet understanding of shared humanity and mutual respect that transcended social status or origin. These journeys, with their inherent challenges and the beautiful tradition of hospitality that accompanied them, were more than just physical movements from one place to another. They were spiritual pilgrimages, opportunities for growth, for reliance on God, and for experiencing the profound interconnectedness of humanity. They reinforce the understanding that we are all, in a sense, sojourners on the path, reliant on the grace of others and the guiding hand of the divine. And in welcoming the stranger, the people of biblical times welcomed a piece of the sacred into their homes, enriching their lives and deepening their faith with every act of open-hearted generosity. Life in ancient biblical times, though deeply woven with spiritual rhythms and the comforting presence of community, was also a tender, fragile thing. Each sunrise brought not only the promise of a new day's labor and blessing, but also the quiet awareness of vulnerability. Sickness, in its myriad forms, was a constant companion, an ever-present shadow that could fall upon anyone, young or old, rich or poor, transforming the familiar cadence of daily existence into a struggle for breath, a whispered plea for relief. The robust health that graced a body one morning could, without warning or clear explanation, give way to a fevered brow by evening, or a sudden debilitating weakness that stole the familiar energy from their limbs. Such sudden shifts served as a potent, if humbling, reminder to all of the delicate balance upon which their earthly journey rested, underscoring the precious and fleeting nature of each moment. The understanding of illness was, naturally, far removed from our modern scientific perspectives. For many, a sudden affliction was often seen through a spiritual lens, interpreted as a direct consequence, a divine communication. Perhaps it was a sign of unconfessed sin, a gentle or stern correction from the Almighty, prompting introspection and a return to the path of righteousness. This belief, while sometimes burdensome, also offered a profound framework for understanding the deeper meaning behind suffering, and presented a clear, if challenging, path toward potential healing. Sincere repentance, fervent prayer, and humbly seeking forgiveness, believing that God's hand could both afflict and restore Wuis. Yet not all suffering was attributed solely to personal transgression. There was also a nuanced recognition of illness as part of the mysterious fabric of existence, a trial sent to test faith, or simply an unfortunate happenstance in a world still bearing the marks of imperfection and natural decay. Some ailments were even believed to be caused by malevolent spirits or curses, requiring different forms of spiritual intervention and protection. Whatever the perceived cause, the onset of sickness plunged individuals and their families into a profound state of uncertainty and dependence, highlighting their reliance on both divine mercy and the collective wisdom and support of their community. In the absence of advanced medical science, the people turned to what knowledge they possessed, often passed down through generations, preserved in oral traditions, and rooted in an intimate understanding of the natural world. Herbal remedies, derived directly from the land itself, were a cornerstone of practical care. Certain leaves, roots, and barks were known to possess soothing, cleansing, or restorative properties, carefully brewed into medicinal teas, ground into poultices to be applied to wounds, or mixed with oils for massage. The gentle, knowing hands of a mother, a skilled elder, or a local wise woman would administer these treatments, alongside comforting words and tireless vigil, providing what physical relief and care they could offer to the ailing body. Beyond these tangible ministrations, prayer was an indispensable balm, a fervent plea lifted to the heavens from deep within the soul. Families would gather, hands clasped, voices murmuring, seeking divine intervention for healing. Their faith a luminous beacon in the darkness of illness. The anointing with oil, a sacred substance symbolizing blessing, purification, and consecration, was also a common practice, often accompanied by the heartfelt prayers of elders or priests. This ritual was not merely a physical act, but a deeply spiritual one, intended to invite God's potent presence and healing power into the suffering individual, enveloping them in a profound sense of sacred care and enduring hope for restoration. Despite all human efforts, all fervent prayers and soothing remedies, there were times when the fever would not break, when strength would continue to wane, and the quiet dignity of life would slowly yield to the inevitability of death. It was a passage understood as a return to the dust from which humanity was formed, a journey that, while sorrowful and deeply painful, was also accepted as a natural and ultimate part of the human condition. The flickering light of a life, so precious and unique in its own way, would gently dim, leaving behind a profound silence that spoke volumes of love, memory, and an immeasurable aching loss. When the final breath was drawn, a profound hush would descend upon the household, broken only by the first raw cries of grief that welled up uncontrollably from the depths of sorrow. The immediate customs that followed were steeped in reverence and tender care for the departed. The body of the deceased would be washed meticulously, often by family members or close community elders. a final, intimate act of respect and purification. This gentle cleansing prepared the beloved for their journey, symbolizing a departure from the earthly realm in a state of dignity and peace, making them ready for their eternal resting place. Following the washing, the body would often be anointed with aromatic spices and fragrant oils, not for embalming in the elaborate Egyptian sense, but as a fragrant tribute and a symbolic act of reverence for the brief time before burial. Then, wrapped simply in clean linen shrouds, the deceased would be made ready. These simple garments represented equality in death, stripping away all worldly distinctions and returning all to a fundamental state of human dignity before God. The preparation was swift, for burial typically occurred on the very same day as death, a necessity dictated by the warm climate where physical preservation was challenging. The outward expressions of grief were not hidden or suppressed, but embraced as a necessary and communal act of lament. Professional mourners, often women, would be called to the house, their haunting rhythmic lamentations filling the air, giving voice to the collective sorrow and encouraging others to release their own pent-up grief in a shared outpouring of emotion. Family members would tear their outer garments, a powerful, visible symbol of a heart torn by loss, a public rending of their own fabric of life in response to the irreparable tear left by death. This act was not mere show, but a deep, visceral expression of anguish and despair. Further tangible signs of profound mourning included sitting in ashes, covering one's head with dust, and abstaining from food and drink for a period. These acts of self-abasement and deprivation mirrored the inner desolation felt by the bereaved, allowing them to fully immerse themselves in their sorrow, physically manifesting their internal landscape of grief. The wailing and bitter cries, though perhaps unsettling to modern ears, were a vital release, a communal outpouring that both honored the departed and allowed the living to begin the arduous, necessary process of coming to terms with their immense, life-altering loss. Burial was swift, usually within hours of death, a practice deeply ingrained in the cultural and climatic conditions of the land. The deceased would be carried to a designated burial site, often a family tomb carved into solid rock, or a natural cave adapted for this sacred purpose. These places were considered hallowed ground, the final resting places where generations were laid to rest together, a physical manifestation of the enduring family lineage and a quiet testament to continuity. The entrance to the tomb would then be sealed, typically with a large, heavy stone, protecting the sanctity of the resting place and signifying the finality of their earthly journey. The procession to the tomb was a solemn journey, a slow, deliberate march, accompanied by weeping and the mournful, rhythmic sounds of the lament. It was a final collective act of escorting the beloved from the vibrant world of the living to their eternal sleep in the earth. The simple yet profound act of placing the body into the earth or into a niche within a rock-hewn tomb, was imbued with deep spiritual significance, a final surrender of the physical form to the as the sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in hues of soft rose and deep violet. A gentle hush would often fall over the ancient villages of biblical lands. The day's labor, though never truly ending, would ease its grip, and a different kind of rhythm would begin to assert itself. It was a time when shadows lengthened and the air grew cooler, inviting people to gather, to rest, and to reflect. In these moments of twilight tranquility, a profound and essential aspect of their culture would come to the forefront: the wisdom of the elders. These revered figures, with their weathered hands and eyes that held the quiet depth of many seasons, were the living repositories of their people's past. Their presence was a steady anchor in a world that, though seemingly slow-paced, was nonetheless subject to change and uncertainty. They were not merely old, they were the guardians of memory, the keepers of tradition, and the trusted sources of guidance for their communities. Their very being exuded a calming authority, a sense of deep-rooted belonging that resonated through every aspect of daily life. In a time before the widespread availability of written texts, before scrolls and tablets were common household items, the spoken word was the most powerful medium for preserving knowledge. This reliance on oral tradition meant that the human mind, rather than parchment or clay, served as the primary archive. Every story, every law, every custom had to be carefully memorized and accurately transmitted from one generation to the next, a sacred trust passed down with meticulous care and profound reverence. It was a system built on repetition, careful listening, and the deep communal understanding that their heritage depended on their collective memory. The elders, therefore, bore a unique and weighty responsibility. They were the master storytellers, the living libraries whose minds held the narratives that defined their people's identity. From the youngest child to the busiest adult, all would gather to listen, their senses attuned to the cadence of the elder's voice, the subtle inflections that conveyed meaning and emotion far beyond the mere words themselves. These gatherings were not simply entertainment. They were vital educational forums, communal acts of remembrance that solidified the bonds of family and tribe. Storytelling was thus far more than a casual pastime. It was the very heartbeat of their cultural and spiritual transmission. Imagine the scene. A family gathered around a flickering oil lamp within a humble dwelling, or perhaps seated under the vast star-studded canopy of the desert night. The air filled with the scent of wood smoke and the quiet murmurs of anticipation. An elder, perhaps a grandfather or a respected matriarch, would begin to speak, their voice a soothing balm, weaving tales that transported listeners to distant lands and ancient times, bringing ancestors and divine encounters to vivid life. The content of these stories was incredibly rich and diverse, encompassing the entire spectrum of their existence. At the core were the sacred narratives, the foundational stories that explained their origins and their covenant with the divine. They spoke of the creation of the heavens and the earth, of the first humans in the garden, and the subsequent unfolding of humanity's journey. These tales instilled a sense of purpose and belonging, connecting individual lives to a grand, divine tapestry woven since the dawn of time. They would recount the epic sagas of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, whose unwavering faith and journeys laid the groundwork for their nation. Listeners would hear of Joseph's trials and triumphs, a testament to God's providence even in adversity. And perhaps most powerfully, they would relive the monumental story of the Exodus, the miraculous liberation from slavery in Egypt, a narrative that cemented their identity as a people chosen by God, guided by His mighty hand through the wilderness to the Promised Land. These were not just historical accounts, they were living prophecies, reminders of God's faithfulness and His enduring promises. Beyond the sacred, the elders imparted profound moral lessons and practical wisdom through parables and allegories. These stories often featured relatable characters and everyday dilemmas, making complex ethical principles accessible and memorable. They taught about the virtues of honesty, generosity, diligence, and humility, illustrating the consequences of greed, deceit, and pride. Through these narratives, children learned the social etiquette, the community expectations, and the spiritual values that would guide their interactions and shape their character throughout their lives. They also shared invaluable practical knowledge, the rhythms of the seasons, the best times for planting and harvesting, the subtle signs of changing weather. They knew which herbs could heal ailments, how to mend a broken tool, or how to navigate by the stars. This accumulated wisdom, honed over generations, was vital for survival and prosperity in their agrarian society. The elders were the living encyclopedias of their world, their minds holding solutions to problems, remedies for sickness, and guidance for every conceivable challenge. The transmission of this vast body of knowledge was not a passive process. Children were actively taught the art of remembering. They learned through repetition, reciting stories and laws until they became ingrained in their minds and hearts. Mnemonic devices such as rhythmic chanting or associating vivid images with key facts would have been employed to aid recall. It was a rigorous yet natural form of education, deeply integrated into the fabric of family and community life, fostering a profound respect for learning and tradition. The learning environment was diverse, extending beyond the family hearth. The city gate, for instance, was a prominent gathering place where elders often sat, serving as judges, counselors, and public figures. Here, disputes were settled, legal decisions were made, and advice was sought on matters both trivial and profound. Young men would observe these interactions, learning the nuances of justice and the art of wise counsel simply by listening and watching. The gate was a living classroom, a public forum where the wisdom of the community flowed freely. During festivals and communal celebrations, the oral traditions took on an even grander scale. These were times of collective remembrance, when the great stories of their faith, the Passover, the Feast of Weeks, the Feast of Tabernacles, were recounted with fervor and deep spiritual meaning. These annual repetitions reinforced the narratives, ensuring they remained vibrant and relevant for every generation. The collective voice, speaking of shared history and destiny, forged an unbreakable bond among the people. The quiet authority of the elders, their gentle yet firm guidance, was a constant presence, shaping the hearts and minds of the young. Their stories were not mere tales. They were the threads that wove the past into the present, providing context, meaning, and a sense of enduring continuity. They taught not just what to believe, but how to live, instilling values that transcended fleeting moments and connected each individual to the timeless flow of their heritage. Even as written traditions slowly began to emerge and grow, with scribes painstakingly copying sacred texts onto scrolls, the power of the spoken word never diminished. The written word served to preserve and standardize, but the oral tradition continued to breathe life into those texts, interpreting them, expounding upon them, and making them personally resonant. The quiet murmur of an elder's voice, sharing a story by the firelight, remained the most intimate and profound way to pass on the daily rhythms of faith and the enduring wisdom of the ages. It was a gentle, powerful current, flowing from one generation to the next, carrying the essence of who they were and who they were called to be. In the gentle tapestry of daily life in biblical times, woven with the threads of Priamont's work and community, there was a vibrant, ever-present strand that brought color and resonance to every moment, music and song. It was not merely an embellishment, a sound added for effect, but an intrinsic part of existence, a living breath that articulated the deepest human emotions and connected the earthly to the divine. From the quiet hum of a mother's lullaby to the grand chorus echoing through the temple courts, melody and rhythm were the very heartbeat of their world. Imagine, if you will, the early morning light casting long shadows across the ancient landscape. Even before the sun fully embraced the day, a soft, almost imperceptible melody might begin to rise from a distant field. A work song sung by farmers as they prepared their tools, synchronizing their efforts with a simple, repetitive tune. Or perhaps, from within a nearby home, the rhythmic clack of a loom might be accompanied by the quiet, meditative chant of a woman weaving, her voice blending with the shuttle's dance, creating a gentle soundtrack to her diligent labor. Music was the faithful companion to every task, transforming the mundane into moments of shared rhythm and purpose. The most profound and organized expression of music, however, was undoubtedly found within the sacred precincts of the tabernacle and later, the magnificent temple in Jerusalem. Here, music ascended to its highest purpose, becoming a direct conduit for worship, praise, and communion with the Almighty. The air within these holy spaces was often thick with the rich harmony of voices and instruments, creating an atmosphere of awe and reverence that lifted the spirits of all who gathered. This was not a casual performance, but a deeply spiritual act, meticulously orchestrated and imbued with profound meaning. The Levitical musicians, a dedicated class chosen from the tribe of Levi, were the maestros of this sacred symphony. Their lives were consecrated to the art of sound, trained from a young age in the intricate melodies and rhythms required for temple service. With their voices, they formed powerful choirs, their unison blending into a majestic sound that filled the courtyards, sometimes gentle and pleading, at other times soaring with triumphant praise. These choirs were not just singers, they were living instruments, their every note offered as a prayer, a testament to God's glory and faithfulness. Accompanying these soaring voices was an array of instruments, each carefully crafted and played with skill and devotion. The kinnah, a type of lyre with its 7 to 10 strings, would offer a sweet, melodious counterpoint, its notes clear and resonant. The naval, a larger harp, provided deeper, more resonant tones, adding a majestic foundation to the musical tapestry. Percussion instruments like the toff, a frame drum or tambourine, and the tzilstel, clashing cymbals, would mark the rhythm with the joyful punctuating beats, particularly during celebratory processions or moments of heightened praise. And then there were the wind instruments, the mournful yet expressive halil, a double reed pipe or flute, and the powerful chatzosera, the silver trumpets blown by the priests, their bright clear calls signaling specific moments in the temple rituals, like the offering of sacrifices or the commencement of a new day. The words sung in the temple were often drawn from the Psalms, ancient poems and prayers that covered the full spectrum of human experience, from lament and repentance to exuberant praise and thanksgiving. Imagine the weight of these sacred texts, set to music by generations of Levites, resounding through the hallowed halls, carrying the hopes, fears, and devotion of an entire people heavenward. Each note, each harmony, each rhythmic beat was a deliberate act of worship, designed to elevate the heart and mind towards the divine, creating a profound and unforgettable spiritual encounter for all who were present. Beyond the solemn grandeur of the temple, music permeated the fabric of daily life with a lighter, more varied touch. Celebrations, particularly weddings, were vibrant occasions brimming with song and dance. The joyous sound of the halil, the lively beat of the toff, and the clapping of hands would accompany the bridal procession, filling the streets with an infectious energy. Guests would sing traditional wedding songs, praising the beauty of the bride and the strength of the groom, their voices weaving together in a chorus of good wishes and communal happiness. These were moments of pure, unadulterated joy, expressed through the universal language of melody and movement, strengthening the bonds of family and community. Harvest festivals were another time when music burst forth from every village and field. After months of arduous labor, the gathering of the crops was a cause for immense gratitude and celebration. As families brought in their bounty, often in joyous processions, they would sing songs of thanksgiving to God for His provision, their voices echoing across the sun-drenched fields. These were not formal hymns, but spontaneous expressions of a grateful heart, often accompanied by simple flutes and hand drums, creating a lively rustic symphony of abundance and contentment. The rhythms of the harvest were celebrated with the rhythms of song, making the hard-won plenty even sweeter. Even during the quiet solitude of pastoral life, music found its voice. Shepherds, spending long days and nights tending their flocks under the vast open sky, often found companionship and solace in simple melodies played on a reed pipe or a small flute. These instruments, crafted from readily available materials, produced hauntingly beautiful sounds that would drift across the hills, a gentle counterpoint to the bleating of sheep and the whisper of the wind. Such melodies were not for an audience, but for the shepherd himself, a way to express the vastness of creation, the peace of the wilderness, or perhaps a quiet prayer offered in the stillness of the night. But music was not solely for moments of joy and celebration. It also served as a profound expression of sorrow and lament. In times of mourning, particularly at funerals, professional mourners, often women, would lead the community in heart-wrenching dirges. Their wailing cries, accompanied by the mournful sound of the Halil, the flute, created a powerful communal expression of grief. These laments were not simply chaotic outpourings of emotion. They were structured, poetic songs that articulated the pain of loss, the fragility of life, and the human yearning for comfort. Music, in these moments, provided a sacred space for shared sorrow, allowing individuals to process their grief within the embrace of their community. Let us delve a little deeper into the instruments themselves, appreciating the simple yet profound tools that gave voice to their spiritual and daily lives. The kinnor, the lyre, was perhaps the most iconic stringed instrument, famously associated with King David, whose soothing melodies could calm a troubled soul. It was relatively small and portable, often held against the body, its strings plucked with fingers or a plectrum. Its sound was gentle, clear, and melodious, perfect for accompanying a lone singer or for intimate gatherings, creating a sense of peace and contemplative beauty. The nevel, or harp, was a larger, more resonant cousin to the lyre. With more strings and a larger soundbox, it produced a fuller, deeper tone, lending a majestic quality to the music. While the lyre might be found in any home, the harp was often reserved for more formal settings, including the temple, where its rich timbre would add grandeur to the sacred compositions. Its presence spoke of reverence and solemnity, its vibrations filling the air with a profound and uplifting sound that resonated deeply within the listener's soul. Among the wind instruments, the halil, a double reed pipe or flute, was incredibly versatile. Its simple construction belied its expressive capabilities, capable of producing both joyful, sprightly tunes for celebrations and deeply melancholic melodies for funerals and laments. The sound of the halil could be haunting, piercing, or sweetly melodious, depending on the player's skill and the emotion being conveyed. It was a common instrument, heard in fields, at parties, and in moments of profound grief, its voice mirroring the ebb and flow of human feeling. Then there was the shofar, the ram's horn, an instrument unique in its primal power and symbolic significance. Unlike the other instruments, the shofar was not designed for melodic complexity, but for its raw, penetrating sound. Its blasts were signals, a call to assembly, a warning of war, a proclamation of a new moon, or the most solemn call to repentance during the high holy days. The shofar's sound was untamed, a direct, unadorned cry that bypassed the intellect and spoke directly to the spirit, stirring the soul with its ancient, powerful voice. The chatsosera, the silver trumpet, was another signaling instrument, but one reserved for the priests. Crafted from precious metal, its sound was bright, clear, and commanding, distinct from the rougher tones of the shofar. These trumpets were used to announce the beginning of sacrifices, to signal the departure of the camp, or to proclaim significant events in the temple. Their precise, clear notes carried authority and holiness, adding a regal and ceremonial aspect to the sacred rituals, a testament to God's presence and divine order. Finally, the percussion instruments provided the rhythmic backbone to much of the music. The tof, the tambourine, or frame drum, was often played by women during dances and celebrations. Its lively beat, driving the movement and infusing gatherings with infectious energy. Its simple yet effective rhythm was a call to joy, a pulse that encouraged communal participation. The tsilstel, or cymbals, provided dramatic accents, their clashing sound marking important transitions or intensifying moments of fervent praise, adding a powerful punctuation to the overall musical tapestry. Ultimately, music in biblical times was far more than mere entertainment. It was a profound spiritual language, a means of connecting with the divine, expressing the deepest emotions, and strengthening the bonds of community. It elevated the spirit, comforted the distressed, and unified the faithful. The gentle strum of a lyre, the mournful cry of a flute, the triumphant blast of a trumpet. Each sound was an echo of faith, a testament to the vibrant spiritual life that permeated every aspect of their existence. It was a constant, soothing presence, weaving through the daily rhythms, a beautiful and enduring legacy that continues to resonate through the ages, reminding us of the enduring power of melody. and song. The sun, a weary traveler itself, began its slow, deliberate descent towards the western horizon, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange, soft rose, and the burgeoning violet of twilight. A hush, almost imperceptible at first, began to settle over the ancient landscape. The bustling sounds of the marketplace, the rhythmic thud of the millstone, the distant bleating of sheep, all gradually softened, mellowing into a gentle murmur that spoke of the day's approaching end. This was the sacred hour of transition, a liminal space between the demands of daylight and the deep quietude of night. As the golden light stretched long shadows across the dusty paths, a palpable shift occurred in the rhythm of life. The laborers, their bodies tired but their spirits often buoyed by the prospect of rest, began their journey homeward. Shepherds, calling their flocks with familiar cries, guided them towards the safety of the folds. Women, having completed their daily tasks of grinding grain, weaving fabric, and fetching water, started to prepare the evening meal, the comforting aroma of cooking food beginning to waft through the air. It was a natural winding down, a universal signal that the time for strenuous effort was drawing to a close, yielding to a period of gentle repose and familial communion. The final chores of the day were undertaken with a quiet efficiency born of generations of practice. Doors of homes were secured, shutters fastened against the cool night air, and any potential unseen danger. Animals too found their places of rest. Donkeys were tethered, goats and sheep penned, their soft movements and low sounds adding to the symphony of the evening. Water jars were filled for the morning, and any remaining daylight was used to tidy the immediate surroundings of the dwelling. These were not tasks to be rushed, but rather performed with a calm, deliberate rhythm, each action a small prayer of preparation for the peace that was to come. Inside the humble homes, the hearth, which had perhaps been dampened during the heat of the day, was rekindled. A small steady flame began to dance, casting flickering shadows that softened the edges of the room and invited a sense of intimacy. This flame was more than just a source of heat and light. It was the heart of the home, a symbol of warmth, sustenance, and the continuous presence of life. Around this gentle glow, families gathered, drawn together by the promise of shared food and the simple comfort of one another's company. The day's scattered activities now converged into this central point of warmth and belonging. The evening meal, though often simple, was a moment of profound significance. Unlike the more substantial midday repast, it was frequently lighter, perhaps a bowl of lentil stew, some fresh bread broken from a larger loaf, olives or dried fruit. Water, drawn from the communal well, was poured, and perhaps a little wine, if available, was shared. This was not merely about satisfying hunger. It was a ritual of gratitude, a tangible expression of thanks for the day's provisions. Hands were washed, blessings were spoken over the food, acknowledging the divine source of all good things, and the simple act of eating became a sacred communion. The conversation around the low table was often quiet, reflecting the contemplative mood of the evening. Parents might recount stories from their own youth, passing down wisdom and traditions to their children. The day's events were discussed, not in a hurried or anxious manner, but with a reflective tone, perhaps seeking lessons learned or reasons for thankfulness. Children, their voices softer now, listened intently, absorbing the values and narratives that shape their identity within the family and the wider community. This shared time strengthened bonds, reinforcing the family unit as the bedrock of society and faith. As the last remnants of the meal were cleared, and the hearth fire settled into a gentle glow, the focus shifted more explicitly towards spiritual reflection. This was the time for evening prayers, a personal and communal act of devotion that marked the final hours before sleep. Sometimes, a father would lead his family in a simple prayer, perhaps reciting verses from the Psalms or offering spontaneous words of praise and supplication. These prayers were not elaborate or formalistic. They were heartfelt expressions of trust in God's continued care, acknowledging His watchfulness through the coming darkness. The prayers would often include expressions of gratitude for the day's blessings, for food, for shelter, for health, for the companionship of family. There would also be petitions for protection during the night, a recognition of the vulnerability of sleep and the unseen dangers that night could bring. Families would entrust themselves into the hands of the Almighty, seeking peace and undisturbed rest. This act of surrendering the worries of the day and the uncertainties of the night to a higher power brought a profound sense of calm and security, preparing the heart for true repose. Beyond the communal prayers, there was also space for individual reflection, a quiet turning inward that many would embrace as they prepared for sleep. Each person might review the day's deeds, acknowledging moments of grace, instances of kindness, or perhaps regretting words spoken in haste or opportunities missed. This self-examination was not meant to be a source of anxiety, but rather a gentle process of spiritual accountability, an opportunity to seek forgiveness and to resolve to walk more closely with God in the morning. It was a personal dialogue with the divine, a moment of intimate introspection before the conscious mind yielded to the subconscious world of dreams. In the soft glow of a small oil lamp, or perhaps by the dying embers of the hearth, many would spend a few moments in silent contemplation. The worries of the harvest, the intricacies of a trade, the small disagreements of the day, all began to recede, replaced by a deeper awareness of the soul's journey. The brevity of life, the vastness of creation, and the enduring presence of God were themes that might quietly emerge in these tranquil moments. It was a time to realign one's spirit with the eternal, to find perspective amidst the transient concerns of earthly existence. Preparing for sleep itself was a simple affair. devoid of the many rituals and comforts of modern times. Bedding often consisted of mats woven from reeds or animal skins, spread directly on the floor or on low platforms. A cloak or a simple blanket served as covering against the cool night air, which could drop significantly after the heat of the day. Families, often sleeping in close proximity, shared the warmth of their bodies and the comforting sounds of one another's breathing, reinforcing the deep sense of community that permeated every aspect of their lives. As the last lamp was extinguished and the home plunged into the deep darkness of the night, a different world began to assert itself. The sounds of the village hushed completely, replaced by the chirping of crickets, the distant howl of a jackal, or the gentle rustle of the wind through the olive trees. The stars, unobscured by city lights, blazed with an astonishing brilliance, a breathtaking canopy that reminded all of the Creator's majesty and the infinite expanse of His universe. It was a profound visual sermon, speaking of order, wonder, and divine presence. Night, in biblical times, was not merely a period of inactivity. It held its own sacred significance. It was a time when the veil between the earthly and the divine seemed thinner, a time for dreams and visions, for quiet revelation. Many prophets and spiritual leaders experienced their most profound encounters with God during the night watches. It was also a time for deep rest, allowing the body to recover from the day's toil and the mind to find renewal. The darkness, rather than being a source of fear, was understood as a necessary part of the divine rhythm, a period of gestation and quiet growth. The quietude of the night invited a unique kind of trust. Having commended themselves to God's care, individuals and families could truly let go, trusting that the same divine hand that guided the sun across the sky would watch over them until its return. Sleep became an act of faith, a surrender to the unseen forces that governed life and death. It was a powerful reminder that human strength and vigilance were limited, but God's watchful eye never slumbered nor slept. As the final moments of wakefulness drifted into the gentle embrace of sleep, a profound sense of peace often enveloped the individual. The day's burdens were laid down, the mind quieted, and the body yielded to its natural need for rest. This wasn't merely the cessation of activity, but a deliberate entry into a state of renewal, a small death and rebirth each night. The ancient world understood this rhythm intuitively, honoring the setting sun as a sacred cue for reflection, gratitude, and the peaceful contemplation that prepared the soul for another cycle of life and faith. The night was a gentle benediction, a holy pause before the promise of a new dawn. As our journey through the gentle daily rhythms of ancient biblical times draws to a close, we find ourselves standing at the threshold of a profound realization. The echoes of those distant days are not merely historical whispers, but living, breathing sounds that resonate within the deepest chambers of our own hearts. We have walked alongside the early risers, felt the cool morning air against our skin as the first rays of sun kissed the eastern hills, and heard the quiet murmur of morning prayers rising with the mist. We have witnessed lives woven with purpose, guided by the sun's arc and the moon's gentle glow. Each day a new thread in the tapestry of faith. We have observed the tireless hands that tilled the earth, sowed the seeds, and brought forth the harvest. Understanding that sustenance was not merely physical nourishment, but a gift, a blessing to be received with gratitude. The rhythmic chores of fetching water from the well, grinding grain and tending to the flocks were not seen as burdens, but as integral parts of a sacred dance, connecting human effort to divine provision. Each task, however humble, was imbued with a quiet dignity, a recognition of its place within the larger design of creation. The simple acts of daily living became pathways to deeper spiritual understanding, fostering a sense of connection to the land, to the community, and to the Creator. The heart of every home, has offered us warmth and sustenance, not just of food, but of companionship and shared stories. We have imagined the laughter of children, the wisdom of elders, and the gentle murmur of conversations carried on late into the evening, illuminated by the flickering oil lamp. These were spaces where traditions were passed down, where faith was nurtured through example or a narrative, and where the bonds of family and community were strengthened with every shared meal and every moment of quiet togetherness. The act of breaking bread was a communal ritual, a symbol of unity and interdependence, reflecting the foundational values of a society built on mutual care and support. We have rested on the Sabbath, feeling the sacred pause descend upon the land, inviting all to lay down their tools and turn their hearts towards reflection and worship. This weekly rhythm, a profound act of trust and surrender, taught the enduring lesson that true productivity is not solely measured by what one accomplishes, but by the space one creates for spiritual replenishment. The festivals, too, have unfolded before our inner eyes, vibrant celebrations that mark the turning seasons and commemorated divine acts of liberation and provision, weaving individual lives into the grand narrative of a people chosen and sustained by a loving God. These moments of collective joy and remembrance serve to reinforce shared identity and purpose, anchoring individuals within a timeless spiritual heritage. And now, as we reflect upon this meditative journey, we begin to perceive the profound and timeless resonance of these biblical rhythms. Though millennia separate us from the daily lives we have explored, the fundamental human experiences, the yearning for meaning, for connection, and for peace, remain strikingly unchanged. The values that underpin those ancient societies, hospitality, justice, compassion, community, and an unwavering faith, are not relics of a bygone era, but essential pillars that continue to hold relevance and offer guidance for navigating the complexities of our contemporary world. They speak to a core human need for belonging and purpose, transcending cultural and temporal boundaries. The enduring power of Scripture, the very words and stories that shaped those ancient lives, continues to speak to us today with remarkable clarity and comfort. Its narratives of struggle and triumph, of faith and doubt, of divine intervention and human resilience, offer a mirror to our own experiences, providing solace in times of trouble and inspiration in moments of joy. The ancient prayers and blessings, passed down through generations, still carry within them a profound spiritual energy, capable of quieting the mind and uplifting the spirit. To utter these words, whether in the quiet of the morning or the stillness of evening, is to connect with an unbroken chain of devotion that stretches back to the dawn of recorded faith, a truly comforting and grounding experience. There is a deep, intrinsic connection to nature that permeated those ancient lives, a reverence for the earth and its cycles that offers a powerful lesson for our own time. The changing seasons, the rhythm of planting and harvest, the ebb and flow of life and death were not just agricultural realities, but profound spiritual metaphors, reflecting divine truths about growth, renewal, and the cyclical nature of existence. This sensitivity to the natural world fostered a sense of humility and interdependence, reminding individuals of their place within a vast and intricate creation. It encouraged a mindful presence, an awareness of the sacred in the mundane, and a deep appreciation for the beauty and wisdom inherent in the natural order. This continuous stream of faith, an unbroken chain linking the past to the present, brings with it a lasting spiritual peace that is both profound and deeply comforting. To live in harmony with these rhythms, both natural and divine, cultivated an inner tranquility, a sense of quietude that transcended the often turbulent external circumstances of life. This peace was not merely the absence of conflict or struggle, but a deeper, more resilient stillness cultivated through an unshakable trust in a higher order, a surrender to the unfolding of divine providence. It was a knowing that despite uncertainties and challenges, one was held within a loving embrace, guided by an unseen hand. The tranquility that emerged from a life lived in mindful alignment with divine commandments and the natural world allowed for a profound sense of inner calm. It was a peace born of purpose, knowing one's place and responsibilities within the community and before God. Through prayer, meditation, and the deliberate practice of mindful living, individuals cultivated a rich inner landscape, a sanctuary where the spirit could find rest and rejuvenation. This deep comfort of knowing one is part of something larger, something eternal, offered a foundational stability that allowed individuals to face life's vicissitudes with courage and grace. It was a peace that settled deep within the bones, a quiet assurance that transcended fleeting circumstances. The legacy of these enduring rhythms is perhaps the most precious gift they offer us. These teachings, these ways of life, were not merely written down, but were lived, breathed, and embodied then lovingly passed from parent to child, from elder to youth, across countless generations. The home served as the primary classroom, where children learned not just through instruction, but through observation and participation, absorbing the values of their people through the daily rituals and interactions that shaped their world. The art of storytelling was paramount, bringing to life the narratives of their ancestors, instilling courage, imparting wisdom, and cementing a shared spiritual identity. Ritual, too, played a vital role in preserving and transmitting faith, providing tangible expressions of belief that engaged all the senses and created memorable experiences. From the lighting of the Sabbath lamps to the blessings over food, these practices wove the sacred into the fabric of everyday life, ensuring that spiritual truths were not abstract concepts, but lived realities. The community, acting as an extended family, reinforced these lessons, offering support, guidance, and a sense of collective belonging that strengthened individual faith. This intricate web of home, story, ritual, and community ensured that the spiritual heritage was not just preserved, but continuously renewed and made vibrant for each new generation. The enduring impact of these ancient lives extends far beyond their historical context, shaping the spiritual landscape of countless individuals and cultures today. They built a foundation of faith, a heritage of peace, and a blueprint for living a meaningful life that continues to inspire and guide us. The echoes of their morning prayers, their communal meals, their Sabbath rest, and their profound trust in the divine still resonate, inviting us to discover similar depths of peace and purpose within our own lives. Their legacy is a testament to the power of simple, consistent rhythms to cultivate profound spiritual strength and inner harmony. As we gently bring our meditative journey to its close, let us carry with us the tranquil wisdom gleaned from these daily rhythms of faith. May the quiet understanding of their enduring peace settle softly within your spirit, offering a gentle invitation to seek and cultivate such rhythms in your own life. Perhaps in the soft glow of a morning sun, or in the peaceful quiet of an evening, you might find a resonance with these ancient ways, a path to your own lasting spiritual peace. The journey through time may end, but the spirit of enduring faith continues its gentle, unwavering song. May its melody bring you comfort and serenity.